Prologue. By grace and banners fallen. The prologue opens in the war camp of the rebellious Lord Jared Sarand, where an unnatural phenomenon has occurred. All metal in the camp has inexplicably become as soft and pliable as warm wax. The narrative follows Baird, a soldier in Jared's personal guard, as he contemplates this unsettling reality. He squishes a copper coin between his fingers, leaving a perfect thumbprint in the metal, a feeling that chills him to the bone. The entire camp is in a state of disarray and despair. Men are starving because their rations have spoiled, and the strange, stale smell of ancient dust hangs in the air, completely out of place for a forest clearing. The command tent has collapsed because its iron spikes and mounting rings have stretched and broken. Soldiers are laying out their now useless swords and mail on the ground, perhaps in a vain hope that the morning sun will restore them. Amidst this chaos, Baird finds a small measure of comfort and sanity by practicing an old family craft taught to him by his grandfather, or papal. He meticulously works with stones, a piece of slate and a piece of granite, knocking them together. The solid, unchanging nature of the stone provides a stark contrast to the corrupted metal and the crumbling morale of the men around him. This act of creation, of fashioning a spearhead from slate, serves as a way to push back against the pervasive gloom and despair that feels like a tangible shadow over the camp, a despair they all know is linked to the Dark One, even if their lord refuses to admit it. Lord Jared Sarand himself is becoming increasingly unhinged. He rants to his advisors, blaming the strange events on Queen Elaine and her Aes Sedai, whom he calls witches. He is obsessed with taking Elaine's head and seizing the throne for his wife, completely ignoring the larger, more sinister signs of the last battle. His authority is openly challenged by Eri, one of his best guards. When Jared threatens to cut out Eri's tongue for insubordination, Eri simply smiles, a silent but powerful reminder that every blade in the camp is useless. Jared's own knife is twisted and warped, and the silver buttons from his coat are gone. This public humiliation underscores his powerlessness. Following this confrontation, Eri rips the badge of the Sarand guard from his shoulder and deserts, walking north into the wind. Eri's departure acts as a catalyst. One by one, and then in groups, the other soldiers and even Jared's allied lords begin to abandon the camp. They gather what few non-metal possessions they have and silently walk away, heading north. They are not deserting out of cowardice, but are answering a deeper call, a pull towards the last battle that their lord is too blind to see. Lords Karam and Davies, Jared's closest allies, also leave, apologizing, but explaining that the situation is beyond Jared's control. Finally, only Baird and the other members of the personal guard are left with the ranting lord. Baird finishes lashing his newly crafted stone spearhead to a wooden haft. The other guards, seeing his practical solution, ask him to help them make more. They then seize Lord Jared, tie him to a tree, and leave him with a water skin. Baird explains their actions, not with malice, but with a sense of grim duty. He tells Jared that this is not about politics or Elaine, it is about the dragon reborn and the last battle. Baird reveals his true loyalty is to an older oath, an oath to the land of Andor itself, which he will not allow to be absent from the final confrontation with the Shadow. He and the remaining guards then depart, heading north to join the fight, leaving their lord alone and weeping. The perspective shifts to Talmanes, a high-ranking officer in the Band of the Red Hand, as he leads a force toward the burning city of Caemlyn. The night is filled with smoke and screams, and the road is clogged with refugees fleeing the city. Talmanes, influenced by his time with Matt Cawthon, feels a deeper sympathy for the common folk than he once did. He sees that Caemlyn is a death trap, and enormous plumes of smoke rise from within its walls. He realizes that Queen Elaine must be unaware of the attack. At the city gate, he witnesses Trollocs emerging from the shadows to attack the fleeing refugees, attempting to seal the exit and turn the slaughter into a complete massacre. Without hesitation, Talmanes orders his men to charge, determined to secure the gate and create an escape route. Next, the narrative moves to a grim, desolate place near the Blight known only as the Town. Here we meet Issam, also known as Slayer, a hunter in service to the shadow. The town is a ramshackle, oppressive place of his childhood, filled with red-veiled malevolent channelers called the Sama Se. Isam is waiting for a summons and reflects on the harshness of his upbringing here, learning how to kill to survive. He is summoned by a woman he does not recognize, but who carries the imperious air of one of the chosen. She is disguised, and she gives him a single, clear order: kill Rand al-Thor. She speaks with a chilling, visceral hatred, describing in detail how she wants the Dragon Reborn to die. Isam is told that this time, no other chosen will interfere with his hunt. For aid, he is assigned 2 Sama Se who have been turned, their filed teeth and inhuman eyes marking them as deeply corrupted by the shadow. Isam is clearly disturbed by these companions, realizing this will be a hateful assignment, but he is a hunter and accepts his task. Back in Camelin, Talmanes and the band have successfully driven the Trollocs back from the western gate, but at the cost of at least 100 men. During the fight, Talmanes personally killed a murderer, but was nicked by its Thakandar blade. The wound is already turning black, a sure sign of a fatal, agonizing poison. Knowing he has only hours to live, Talmanes uses his impending death as a tool. He rides out to a nearby company of mercenaries who are watching the battle without helping. He bluntly tells their leader that this is the last battle. When they hesitate, asking for pay, Talmanes leans in close and explains that because he is already a dead man from the murderer's blade, he has nothing to lose. He gives them 2 choices: fight alongside the band for the world's survival, or sit by and be hanged as cowards later. His sheer, fatalistic intensity convinces them, and they agree to help hold the gate. The scene changes to the field of Merilor, where the armies of the world are gathering. Leolwyn, formerly the Shonchan captain Aegeanin, arrives with the ship captain Bael Doman. Stripped of her name and rank, she is now shipless. She is tormented by the discovery that Suldam can be taught to channel, a truth that invalidates the entire foundation of the Shonchan Empire and its practice of enslaving channelers. Believing she must do something to address this lie, she has come seeking Nynaeve and Elaine. A warder intercepts them, and after a brief deception involving Lelwyn faking an Ilyana accent, leads them to Nynaeve's tent. The reunion is not warm. Nynaeve furiously confronts Lelwyn for failing her oath to destroy a male Adam. That same device, Nynaeve reveals, was captured by the Forsaken Semihage and used to enslave Rand al'Thor himself, nearly bringing the entire world to ruin. Crushed by the monumental weight of her failure, Lelwyn falls to her knees and offers herself to Nynaeve as payment, effectively becoming a Dakaval, a property of the White Tower, in hopes of finding some path to redemption. A final return to Talmanes shows him pressing his attack deeper into Camelin. One of the borderlanders in the band, Melton, applies a poultice to Talmanes' wound and gives him a flask of strong brandy, explaining it will dull the pain, but not stop the poison. Melton confirms the wound is fatal and makes a solemn promise. When the pain becomes too great, he will grant Talmanes a quick death. Despite the urgency to reach Aludra's powerful weapons, the dragons, Talmanes makes the strategic decision to fight toward the royal palace first. He reasons that if any of the Queen's Guard are still fighting, they will secure his rear flank. More importantly, he hopes to find Aes Sedai at the palace who could potentially heal him, or at least create a gateway to move the dragons out of the city quickly. The prologue concludes in a sweat tent among the Aiel. Aviendha has just finished telling the most powerful Wise Ones, Amys, Bear, Sorilea, and Melaine, of her terrible vision of the future. The vision revealed the slow, dishonorable decline and eventual destruction of the Aiel people after the last battle, a future where they abandon their honor and culture. A heavy, painful silence fills the tent as the Wise Ones absorb this catastrophic prophecy. The scene ends as, one by one, they straighten their backs, silently accepting this new, horrifying burden and steeling themselves to find a way to prevent it. Chapter 1. The chapter opens within the oppressive heat of a sweat tent, where Aviendha finds herself among the most powerful Wise Ones of the Aiel, including Sorilea, Amys, and Bear. The central topic of their grave discussion is a terrifying vision Avienda experienced upon her forbidden second journey into the glass columns of Ruidaean. This vision foretold a bleak and catastrophic future for the Aiel people, a future directly linked to the aftermath of the Kara Khan's final confrontation with the Dark One. The Wise Ones grapple with the nature of this prophecy, questioning whether it is a fixed and unchangeable destiny or merely one of many possible outcomes. They resolve that this must be tested and propose sending another apprentice, Eleanor, to see if the vision repeats itself. Avienda, knowing the brutal nature of the Wise One's encouragement, inwardly shudders at the thought. The conversation then shifts to Rand al-Thor, the Kara Khan, and his imminent plans at the fields of Merilor. The Wise Ones have learned that he intends to demand a great price from the Wetlanders who have gathered, yet he has specifically exempted the ale from this price. They interpret this in a dual manner. On one hand, it is a sign of honor, a recognition that the ale are already hard and do not need to be tested like the soft people of the West. On the other, it is a frustrating display of his continued ignorance of their customs and ways, an accidental insult born from a wetland perspective. Avienda feels a profound sense of responsibility, believing that her vision is a warning and that preventing this disastrous future is her first and most important task as a newly raised Wise One. The weight of this duty is momentarily eclipsed by a fiercely personal thought that her bond with Rand is for herself, not just for her people. Before the meeting concludes, the elder Wise One, Bear, decides she will be the one to re-enter Ruidaean, not the apprentice Eleanor. She asks Avienda for a gateway and offers a piece of profound advice: to defy the vision by changing one small detail she witnessed, such as the name of one of her future children. By changing a single thread, she can prove that the entire tapestry of the future is not yet woven and can be altered. Bear then steps through the gateway, marching toward the dreaded city to face the vision herself. The narrative then makes a jarring shift to the burning city of Camelin, where Talmanes de Lovinda is fighting for his life. He is leading a small, exhausted contingent of the Band of the Red Hand, suffering from a mortal wound inflicted by a Murdral's blade. The poison is spreading through his body, causing excruciating pain and bouts of dizziness. His force is desperately trying to push through hordes of Trollocs to reach the royal palace, but they are pinned down and on the verge of being overwhelmed. In a moment of near defeat, they are saved by a sudden charge from the Queen's Guard, led by a man named Gibbon. From Gibbon, Talmanes learns that while the palace still stands, the channelers within are too few and weak to open a gateway for reinforcements or escape. Their situation becomes even more dire when a scout reports that the Trollocs have taken the city walls, cutting off their primary route of retreat. With their backs against the wall, Talmanes devises a desperate strategy. He convinces Gibbon to use the defense of the palace as a diversion to draw the Trollocs' attention, allowing the main force of soldiers to escort refugees toward the southern gate, which is still held by the band. Talmanes, however, declares that he has a different, crucial mission. He must find and secure the cannons known as dragons, which are stored in a city warehouse, or destroy them to prevent them from falling into the hands of the Shadow. The story then cuts away to the oppressive and paranoid atmosphere of the Black Tower. Androl, a gifted but not exceptionally powerful Ashaman, is trapped with a small group of loyalists and a Red Aja Eyes Sedai named Pevara. The tower has fallen under the control of Mazrim Time, who is secretly turning men to the Shadow using a horrific ritual involving 13 channelers and 13 Murdral. Androl and his companions are planning a desperate escape. However, Androl is deeply conflicted, expressing his reluctance to abandon the dozens of other men and boys who are not yet under Time's control. He argues passionately against fleeing to the Rebel Eyes Sedai camped outside the tower, asserting that the men of the Black Tower are trained weapons and that an outside assault would result in a massacre, turning allies against each other. He delivers a powerful speech, framing their struggle not as one of survival, but as a test of the Black Tower itself. He insists that they must find a way to fight back from within and reclaim their sanctuary from Time, rather than submitting to the authority of the Aes Sedai or waiting for the Dragon Reborn, who seems to have abandoned them. Androl's resolve inspires the others, who affirm their loyalty to him as a temporary leader until the missing Loghain can return. He asks for an hour to devise a plan to fight back against their corrupted master. The scene shifts again, this time to a surreal and nightmarish dream shard created by Moradin. Here, on a floating stone platform surrounded by a burning, churning sea filled with the tormented souls of the damned, the remaining Forsaken are gathered. Moghedien is present, having been released from direct torture, but still bound by a mind trap, a probationary measure that leaves her seething with resentment and fear. The arrogant Demandred arrives, his focus singular and obsessive. He alone must be the one to kill Rand al'Thor. They are soon joined by Grandal, who has been subjected to a terrible punishment for her failures. Her soul has been placed into a hideously ugly new body, and she has been renamed Hessalam. Moghedien takes a cruel and satisfying pleasure in her rival's downfall. Moradin declares their numbers are too few, and then stuns them all by introducing Mazrim Taim, elevating the man from this age to the rank of the Chosen, and bestowing upon him the name Mahail. Moradin praises Taim for his success in corrupting the Black Tower and raising an army of dreadlords, a tangible achievement that he claims surpasses the recent efforts of the others. He concludes the meeting by assigning Moghedien to assist Demandred and declaring that the final days have come. It is time for them all to execute their ultimate plans for the last battle. Back in the fiery chaos of Caemlyn, Talmanes and his soldiers reach the warehouse where the dragons were supposed to be, only to find it a smouldering ruin. As despair sets in, they hear distant explosions, too small to be the dragons, and rally with renewed hope. Following the sounds, they are ambushed by another force of Shadowspawn, led by a Myrddraal. Talmanes, delirious with pain and feeling he is already dead, confronts the Fade himself. In a shocking display of fatalistic courage, he reasons that the creature's tainted blade cannot kill a man who is already dying. He defeats the Myrddraal, and his men cut down the disoriented Trollocs. They soon find Aludra, who has barricaded a street with hundreds of civilian refugees. She has saved the dragons, moving them from the warehouse just in time, and has been holding off the enemy with her smaller hand-thrown explosives. But their relief is short-lived, as they quickly learn they are completely trapped. The chapter culminates in a desperate last stand in a large city square adjacent to the Caemlyn Wall. Talmanes, barely conscious, is surrounded by his few remaining soldiers, the terrified refugees, and the 100 precious dragons. They are completely encircled. In front of them, thousands of Trollocs are massing in the streets for a final overwhelming charge. Behind them, the city walls are crawling with more Trollocs, raining down spears and cutting off any possibility of escape. Gaibon and Aludra prepare to destroy the dragons to keep them from the enemy. As one of his men prepares to grant him a merciful death, Talmanes fights his way back to consciousness. In a final, brilliant flash of tactical insight born from utter desperation, he formulates a seemingly insane plan. He orders half of the dragons to fire upon the advancing hordes to buy them time. Then, he commands the other half to turn completely around and aim their cannons not at the enemy, but at the massive, ancient city wall itself. As the Trollocs charge, Talmanes gives the signal. The cannons roar, and a section of the mighty wall explodes outward in a shower of stone and dust, blasting a new and violent path to freedom. As the ground trembles from the force of his final command, Talmanes at last collapses into unconsciousness. Chapter 1. Eastward, the wind. Blue. The narrative opens with a sweeping, atmospheric journey, following a wind as it travels eastward across a world visibly succumbing to a terminal illness. This wind acts as a silent witness to the widespread decay, beginning its passage in the mountains of mist and descending over a landscape defined by desolation. It passes through the westwood, once a thriving forest, now a skeletal thicket of diseased oaks and leafless pines. The signs of a failed spring are everywhere. No birds sing, and even the wolves have fallen silent. This oppressive quietude underscores a land teetering on the edge of oblivion. The wind's journey continues over the ruins of Taran Ferry, a burned-out husk of a town now patrolled by feral dogs, before crossing the river into a realm of human misery. Here, columns of refugees from diverse nations like Damani and Tarabon trudge toward Andor, drawn by the fading rumour of food and hope. A hope they have yet to find. The land they traverse is a portrait of blight, with fruitless orchards and grassless fields under a perpetually oppressive, churning sky. As the wind approaches the grand city of Camelin, it veers north, avoiding the spectacle of the city engulfed in the flames of war. The narrative reveals that war has come to Andor, and the refugees are marching unknowingly toward this new danger. All around, the hopeless and the hungry populate the roadsides, some simply lying down to await their end. The wind finally arrives at a colossal military encampment at Merilaw, a temporary city of tens of thousands of soldiers. While not as defeated as the refugees, a palpable dread hangs over these soldiers. They understand the world is dying, and they whisper of the coming end as they watch their campfires consume the last of the nearby timber. In stark contrast to this pervasive gloom, a burst of laughter emanates from the central command tent. Inside, Rand al'Thor, the dragon reborn, is sharing a moment of levity with Perrin Ibarra. Rand presses Perrin for details about the siege of the Two Rivers, explaining that he now needs to remember the people involved in events, not just the events themselves, a clear sign of his personal growth and a conscious effort to correct past failings. Their conversation reveals much about Rand's current state. He explains his integration with the memories of Luz Therin, reframing his madness not as a chaotic battle for control, but as a repository of dreamlike memories that provide vital, if unsettling, wisdom. He has accepted this duality as a necessary part of who he must be to face the final battle. This moment of relative peace is shattered by a violent earthquake, a physical manifestation of the Dark One's growing influence and the world's unraveling. Unafraid, Rand calmly instructs his clerks to warn the populace of more such cataclysms to come. His focus remains fixed on the next day, a crucial meeting of all the world's major rulers he has orchestrated. His discussion with his spy master, Balwa, confirms that all the key figures will be present. However, news arrives that Queen Elaine of Andor has been awakened for an unknown reason, sparking concern in Rand that the Shadow is already attempting to disrupt his plans for unity. The perspective then shifts to Egwene Alver, the Amerlin's seat. She is in her own tent, composing a letter to Rand to organize her arguments against his plan to break the seals on the Dark One's prison. She views his intention as a monumentally reckless strategy. Armed with research from the White Tower's archives, she believes that as the Watcher of the Seals, the decision on their fate rests with her, and the timing must be perfect, not rushed at the outset of the war. She travels through a gateway to meet with Elaine, hoping to secure her as an ally in opposing Rand. To her dismay, Elaine seems surprisingly open to Rand's plan, her faith in him overriding her caution. Their strategic debate is violently interrupted by the arrival of a frantic messenger with catastrophic news. Camelin is under attack and has been overrun by Trollocs. The camp is thrown into chaos as gateways are opened to the city's outskirts, unleashing a flood of wounded soldiers and terrified refugees. The scene becomes a frantic effort of triage and rescue. Egwene demonstrates her authority as a Merlin, swiftly organizing the Aes Sedai into a formidable healing force. Nynaeve is summoned and performs a miraculous feat of healing, saving the gravely wounded Lord Talmanes from the fatal touch of a Thakandar blade. Elaine, though pregnant, asserts her authority as queen, securing her powerful new weapons, the dragons, and preparing to assess the situation firsthand. Meanwhile, Rand and Perrin learn of Camelin's fall. Rand is grim but unsurprised, immediately identifying the attack as a strategic masterstroke by the Shadow, likely conceived by the Forsaken Demandred, designed to shatter his painstakingly built alliance on the eve of its formation. He displays a chillingly pragmatic mindset, arguing that the city is already lost and that their primary objective must be to maintain unity for the meeting. He even speculates that the crisis might make Elaine more compliant. Perrin, acting as Rand's conscience, pushes back against this cold logic, insisting they must offer aid and extracting a solemn promise from Rand that he will not allow his disagreement with Egwene to escalate into open conflict among their forces. The chapter concludes with Rand alone, reflecting on the profound irony of his situation. The very madness born from the Dark One's taint, the memories of Lews Therin, is now the source of the knowledge he needs for victory. This time, he vows, he will not make his past self's mistake of casting unity aside. Chapter 2. The Constriction of an Aja. The chapter opens within the tense confines of the Black Tower, where Pavara of the Red Aja struggles to mask her profound fear behind a facade of Aes Sedai composure. Left alone with the Ashaman Andral, she observes the unnatural storm raging outside. A relentless downpour with abundant lightning, but an unsettling lack of thunder. This eerie weather serves as a backdrop for an even more disturbing sight. A group of people walking through the deluge with their clothes remaining completely dry, one even miming the holding of reins for an invisible animal. Andral and Pavara recognize these figures as apparitions of the dead, a clear and chilling sign that the world's fundamental laws are beginning to break down under the Dark One's influence. This shared moment of supernatural horror pushes them to discuss strategy. Pavara, acknowledging she is the last of her sisters in the tower, and therefore Taim's next logical target, offers herself as bait in a potential trap. Andral immediately dismisses this, proposing instead that they should smuggle her to safety. Their subsequent exchange reveals the deepening, if contentious, dynamic between them. Pavara's sarcastic retort about being a damsel in distress leads to a conversation about Aes Sedai stereotypes and Andral's own adventurous past, painting him as a man driven by a restless curiosity for new experiences. The conversation then shifts to the ideological heart of their conflict, the future of the Red Aja in a world where the male half of the source is supposedly cleansed. Andral argues that the Red Aja's entire purpose, the hunting of male channelers, is now obsolete, leaving them with no reason to exist. Pavara counters that their purpose can evolve into one of guidance and ensuring men who can channel do not harm themselves or others, a goal she believes they share with the Black Tower. Andral remains deeply skeptical, unable to trust the motivations of an organization that has existed for millennia to destroy men like him. He sees her offer of an alliance not as guidance, but as an attempt at containment. Seeking to bridge the chasm of distrust, Pavara attempts to connect with Andral on a personal level, discussing the craft of leatherworking and revealing a painful memory of her uncle being murdered by dark friends. However, Andral sees through her attempt and forces her to confront her true feelings, making her admit her ingrained physical revulsion toward male channelers. While Pavara clarifies that this is a conditioned response and not a personal disgust for him as a man, the admission lays bare the immense barrier between them. Driven by his desire to prove that saidin is no longer tainted, Andral suggests they form a circle. Pavara agrees, but the experiment goes horribly wrong. When they link, Andral, as the man, must take control. Pavara is overwhelmed by a sense of utter helplessness and terror as he seizes her power, reveling in a strength he has never known. He becomes momentarily lost in the sensation, causing objects to float around the room. In the instant he releases her, Pavara's panic and ingrained training take over, and she instinctively lashes out, bonding him as a warder. In retaliation and shock, Andral performs the corresponding Ashaman bond on her. The result is a catastrophic, unforeseen merging. They are now doubly bonded, locked in an intimate connection where they can feel each other's emotions and sense their thoughts, a state neither of them knows how to undo. Their volatile alliance has become an unbreakable, invasive union. The gravity of their mistake is interrupted when a young Ashaman named Evin bursts in with devastating news. Another of their allies, Wellin, has been turned to the shadow. And worse, he claims that their leader Logain has reconciled with Taim and will return the next day to prove his new allegiance. This news shatters their faction's last shred of hope, leaving them utterly isolated and cornered. The narrative then shifts to Aviendha at the field of Merilaw. She moves like a ghost through the massive encampments, her Isle skills rendering her invisible. Her thoughts are consumed by the visions she witnessed in Ruidian, which showed the bleak future and eventual destruction of her people. She understands she must find a new purpose for the Isle to prevent this fate, even contemplating a preemptive war against the Shonchan. She masterfully infiltrates the camp of Elaine Trakand, leaving her knife planted in the ground as a subtle calling card before slipping into the Queen's command tent unnoticed. Inside, she quietly observes Elaine acting as a strong and decisive ruler, calmly dismissing a nobleman's panicked demand to send the army to retake the fallen city of Camelin. Elaine outlines her pragmatic strategy: contain the invading Trolloc army, use gateways for targeted rescue missions, and lure the enemy out of the city to fight on ground of her own choosing. After Elaine dismisses her counsel, she is shocked to discover Aviendha sitting calmly nearby. Their reunion is warm, reaffirming their bond as first sisters. Elaine explains that Camelin fell due to a dark friend betrayal from within her own city guard, who opened a waygate. A message arrives from Rand al'Thor. In the letter, Rand forcefully insists that Elaine return to Camelin to protect her people, effectively releasing her from her promise to attend his crucial meeting. Elaine, displaying her sharp political mind, immediately recognizes this not as a genuine command, but as a clumsy attempt at manipulation, a tactic meant to anger her and thus guarantee her attendance. Her mixed reaction of pride and annoyance reveals the complex depth of their relationship. The chapter concludes with Aviendha resolving to go to Rand that night. With the last battle looming, she recognizes it might be their final opportunity to be together. She and Elaine agree to speak with Min first, seeking to solidify their unique three-way bond before the final conflicts begin. Chapter 3. A Perilous Sanctuary. The chapter opens within the tense and divided atmosphere of the Great Gathering, a tavern hastily established inside the Black Tower. Androl and the Aes Sedai Pevara arrive to witness a deeply disturbing spectacle. A man named Wellin, who they know to be loyal to Loghain, is now enthusiastically proclaiming that Loghain and Mahel Taim have reconciled their differences. This announcement is a calculated lie, designed to pacify the growing unrest. Androl, who knows the real Wellin, immediately perceives that this version is an impostor, a hollow puppet with vacant eyes and a false, unnerving smile. Wellin's performance is interrupted by Jonath Dowtree, a straightforward and physically imposing man from the Two Rivers. Lacking any guile, Jonath directly challenges the story, demanding to know why Loghain has not yet appeared if he has truly returned. This honest defiance threatens to expose the entire fabrication, forcing Wellin into more flimsy excuses. During this exchange, the unnatural bond between Androl and Pevara deepens, as she contemplates silencing Jonath with the One Power, and Androl senses her intent. The situation escalates dramatically with the arrival of Time's chief enforcers, Atal Mishrael, Mezar, and Kotarin. Their presence radiates menace, and they corner Androl. In a calculated act of public humiliation, Kotarin announces that Time has demoted Androl back to the rank of soldier, stripping him of his dedicated pin. Goaded into a confrontation, Androl seizes the One Power, but is overwhelmed by a vision of encroaching shadows and finds himself unable to form a gateway, confirming his suspicion that a powerful force is trapping everyone inside the tower. In a final act of defiance, Androl rips the pin from his own collar and throws it to the floor before leaving with his allies, resolving that their only course of action is to rescue the captive Loghain that very night. The perspective then shifts to Rand al'Thor, who is in his tent working on a crucial document. This scene offers a look at a changed Rand, one who is no longer repulsed by the One Power and is thoughtfully reflecting on his relationship with his father, Tam. his quiet work is interrupted by a chorus of loud, creative insults from the Isle maidens outside his tent. Avienda appears and explains this is actually a custom showing respect for him taking her. Their conversation resolves a long-standing emotional tension, as she explains that she, Elaine, and Min are first sisters and intend to share him. Overcoming his fear of causing them pain, Rand accepts this, embracing a future of love and connection as he and Avienda become intimate. Finally, the narrative returns to Androl and Pavara, who are hiding in a storeroom, preparing an ambush. They discuss their theory that a powerful ter'angreal is responsible for blocking gateways, likely provided to Time by one of the Forsaken. They successfully lure their target, a man named Dobza who has been turned by Time, into a trap. Pavara masterfully neutralizes him with weaves of air. However, the situation intensifies when Wellin and another of Time's men, Leames, unexpectedly appear. In a stunning display of skill, Pavara, drawing on her Red Aja training for fighting channelers, single-handedly defeats both powerful Ashaman. The chapter concludes with their small but critical victory. They have captured 3 of Time's followers, providing them with prisoners to interrogate for information about Loghain's location. Chapter 4. Advantages to a Bond. The chapter opens in the tense aftermath of a fight, with Androl and Pavara guarding their prisoners in a storeroom. Pavara, in a moment of vulnerability, recounts the brutal murder of her family by people she had considered friends, revealing them to be dark friends. This backstory provides a deep analysis of her character, showing that beneath her often smiling exterior lies a cold, controlled, and absolute hatred for the Shadow. She expresses a grim satisfaction that her family's killers died long before the last battle, their lifelong service to the Dark One, earning them nothing. This conversation serves as a critical point of connection for the newly bonded pair, which Androl deepens by sharing his own family tragedy. He reveals that his father took his own life, driven to madness by the same ability to channel that Androl now possesses. This revelation reframes Androl's entire purpose for joining the Black Tower. It was never just about finding a place to belong, but about understanding the legacy and the curse that led his father to such a desperate end. Their moment is interrupted by the arrival of Emmerin, who brings grim news of escalating tensions with Time's faction. This sets the stage for the chapter's first major pivot, the interrogation of Dobza. Rather than using force, Emmerin displays a surprising and profound talent for manipulation. He orchestrates a masterful performance, transforming himself from a simple soldier into an arrogant Tyran High Lord. By pretending Dobza has overheard a secret conversation about creating a rival Grey Tower, and by offering a combination of apology and a weighty pouch of gold, Emmerin plays on Dobza's greed and simple-mindedness. Dobza completely falls for the ruse, eager to align himself with what he believes is a powerful, hidden figure. In his desire to be helpful, he reveals 2 pieces of catastrophic information. First, that Loghain is Time's prisoner and is currently undergoing the horrifying process of being forcibly turned to the Shadow, a process that will take another day or 2. Second, he gives away the location of the secret chambers Time has built beneath the new foundations, where Loghain is being held. The narrative then shifts dramatically to Rand al'Thor, who finds himself pulled into a dream shard, a desolate, lifeless wasteland created by his nemesis, Moradin. The confrontation that follows is a psychological battle. Moradin speaks of their eternal cyclical conflict, framing it as a personal duel destined to repeat across the ages. Rand, however, demonstrates a profound shift in his own power and perspective. He rejects Moradin's premise, seeing past their personal rivalry to the greater war. He astutely analyzes Moradin's own self-loathing and desire for oblivion. The climax of this encounter is a stunning display of Rand's newfound command over his own reality. He seizes control of Moradin's own dream, forcing the dead landscape to erupt with life, green grass, and vibrant flowers under a brilliant sun. This act of creation, within a space designed for despair, utterly shakes Moradin, who flees in disbelief. Rand ends the dream by sending a clear message. He is finished with pawns and is coming directly for the Dark One. Armed with the intelligence from Dobza, the final section of the chapter follows Androl, Pevara, and their allies as they launch a desperate rescue mission. They infiltrate the heavily guarded foundations of the Black Tower under the cover of a storm. The group operates with a lethal pragmatism that is alien to Pevara, eliminating guards with swift weaves of power and silent arrows. They navigate the labyrinthine tunnels and find Loghain, who is horrifically weakened but, to their immense relief, not yet turned. Just as they are about to escape, their presence is discovered, and Time himself leads an assault against them. A chaotic battle erupts in the narrow earthen corridors. While the others fight a desperate holding action, Androl struggles to weave a gateway for their escape. The tunnel begins to destabilize under the force of the battling channelers. In the final climactic moments, just as Androl is on the verge of success, a powerful weave from the enemy causes the entire ceiling to give way, burying the entire rescue party in a cascade of earth and darkness, leaving their fates hanging in the balance. Chapter 5, To Require a Boon. The chapter commences with Rand al'Thor awakening in his tent on the field of Merilor, the air thick with the smell of rain. This moment is immediately framed by a powerful contrast between his bleak present and a nostalgic recollection of his past life as a farm boy. He remembers the simple, grounding routines of milking cows and the presence of his father, Tam, representing a world that was new and full of promise. This memory serves to underscore the immense weight of the current world, which he perceives as old, exhausted, and choked with the grim preparations for the last battle. His unique, intimate connection to the land itself is re-established. He can feel the life within the soil and the slumbering trees, a world clinging to existence by a thread. This sets a somber tone and highlights the stakes from Rand's personal perspective. His private mourning is interrupted by Aviendha, leading to a scene that reveals several key aspects of his current state. Their intimate interaction shows a level of comfort and normalcy that is rare in his life, yet it is quickly followed by a demonstration of his profound growth in the One Power. He casually creates an intricate, heated, misting shower for them, an act he attributes to the memories of the Age of Legends. This display is not merely for convenience, it shows a mastery and casualness with channeling that is far beyond what anyone in the current age possesses. But it also prompts Aviendha to remark on the ignorance and weakness of that era. The scene concludes with a critical piece of foreshadowing. Aviendha declares that she will require a significant boon from him later that day, one that will drastically alter his plans. This cryptic warning hangs over the subsequent events, suggesting a personal conflict is brewing alongside the political one. In a parallel narrative, Egwene awakens in the White Tower, having been secretly transported there for her safety. Her state mirrors Rand's exhaustion, and she begins her day with a potent, symbolic dream of the world cracking like a sphere that she is desperately trying to bind together. This vision perfectly encapsulates her role and her mission, to hold the fractured alliances of the world together against the forces threatening to shatter them. Her interactions with Gawain reveal both their personal bond and her pragmatic approach to leadership. She is constantly calculating, assessing threats, and managing perceptions. Upon learning of Rand's summons, her immediate concern is strategic. She cannot allow Rand to meet with the otherworld leaders without her presence to counter his influence, establishing the central political conflict of the chapter. She views this meeting not as a council of allies, but as a direct contest for control over the fate of the world. The narrative then shifts to the gathering of the armies on the field of Merilor, a tense and volatile assembly. Egwene maneuvers through the political landscape with newfound confidence, assessing the loyalties of various rulers, subtly manipulating King Rodran of Murundi, and working to prevent old rivalries between Tyr and Ilion from erupting. The atmosphere is thick with suspicion, with each nation's army poised and on edge. This section paints a picture of a fragile coalition, a powder keg waiting for a spark. Rand's arrival is a calculated spectacle of overwhelming power. He doesn't ride in with a grand procession, Instead, he walks across the field, and the dead brown grass turns to a vibrant green in his footsteps. He then effortlessly uses the one power to assemble a massive pavilion from a floating bundle of cloth and poles, all without breaking his stride. This act is pure political theatre, designed to awe and intimidate every ruler and soldier present. He is demonstrating that he is not merely another king or general, he is a force of nature, capable of shaping reality itself and setting the stage for the demands he is about to make. Inside the pavilion, the confrontation begins. Rand, with a calm and unassailable demeanour, lays out his 3 requirements, which he frames not as requests, but as the price for his life. The first is the Dragon's Peace, a sweeping treaty that would permanently lock national borders and outlaw all warfare between the signatory nations, enforced by a pact of mutual defence. This is met with immediate outrage from rulers, who see it as an intolerable infringement on their sovereignty and a naive dismissal of the complexities of international politics. His second demand is aimed directly at Egwene. He will break the seals on the Dark One's prison. This ignites the chapter's core philosophical debate. In a tense private argument, Egwene pleads for caution, arguing for the known path of repairing the prison, even if it means an imperfect solution and another battle in a future age. She fears that breaking the seals is an unknowable risk that could lead to the world's immediate destruction. Rand counters that a patch is no longer enough and reveals his ultimate terrifying goal. He intends to kill the Dark One, a feat never before imagined, in order to secure a permanent peace. This revelation positions him as either a messiah or a madman, willing to gamble all of existence on a plan born of his unique, tormented experience. Finally, Rand demands absolute and total command of all the world's armies for the last battle. This third price is the final blow to the monarch's authority, sparking another round of furious arguments. The meeting descends into chaos, with nations dividing into factions based on their desperation and self-interest. The entire alliance is on the verge of collapsing before it can even form. The confrontation between Rand and Egwene becomes deeply personal, devolving into childhood insults that reveal the deep, fractured history between them. Just as Rand is about to walk away, effectively dooming the world to fight the shadow as a divided force, a figure from the past enters the pavilion, Moiraine Damodred. Her sudden, impossible appearance brings the entire chaotic assembly to a stunned silence, ending the chapter on a dramatic and game-changing cliffhanger. Chapter 6. The events of this chapter begin with the stunning and dramatic reappearance of Moiraine Damodred in the command pavilion, an arrival that immediately halts all proceedings. The initial reaction is one of widespread shock and confusion, but for Rand al'Thor, it is a moment of profound emotional upheaval. He is visibly shaken, stumbling toward her and falling to his knees in a display of raw reverence and disbelief, whispering questions about how her return is even possible. Moiraine, ever the calm center of the storm, deflects his questions with cryptic references to the will of the pattern, gently reminding him that events unfold according to a grand design, not personal desire. While figures like Rodran are baffled and demand to know who this woman is, others have more complex reactions. Egwene, in her role as a Mylin Seat, offers a formal and politically astute welcome, acknowledging Moiraine's past service. This contrasts sharply with Nynaeve's reaction. After a moment of stunned silence, she overwhelms Moiraine with a fiercely emotional embrace, a rare display of vulnerability that she immediately tries to downplay. Moiraine quickly takes control of the stalled negotiations over Rand's proposed Dragon's Peace. As Egwene lays out the charge that Rand is holding the world hostage to his demands, Moiraine begins to dismantle the opposition not with logic, but with prophecy. She recites key passages from the Carathan cycle, using the ancient words to frame Rand's actions as the unavoidable fulfillment of destiny. She addresses each dissenting faction in turn, the proud rulers, the borderlanders, the seafolk, with a specific line of prophecy that seems to command their compliance, transforming Rand from a tyrant into an instrument of the pattern. However, the treaty is revealed to have 2 critical flaws. The first is a practical one, raised by Elaine, who argues that without a mechanism for enforcement and dispute resolution, the peace is fundamentally untenable and will inevitably collapse into an even greater war. The second is a cultural one, brought forward by Avienda. Speaking for the IEL, she declares their exclusion from the treaty to be a profound insult, a denial of their honor and their place in the new world being forged. She demands that the IEL be included, putting Rand in the difficult position of forcing a people defined by conflict into a pact of peace. The solution comes from an unexpected source. Perrin, using his straightforward practical mindset, likens the IEL to a blacksmith's tool that will rust if left unused. He connects this idea to Elaine's problem, realizing that the treaty needs an enforcer and the IEL need a new purpose now that their long wait for the dragon is over. Rand immediately seizes upon this brilliant insight. He amends the treaty to officially name the IEL as its enforcers, an autonomous peacekeeping force with the authority to mediate disputes and pursue justice across all national borders. This single move solves both Elaine's logistical problem and satisfies the IEL's demand for inclusion and purpose. With the main obstacle removed, the final points of contention are addressed. Moraine deftly maneuvers the issue of the Dark One's seals, arguing that it is Egwene's duty as the Amirlin to break them when the time is right, not Rand's. Reluctantly, Rand turns the seals over to her. To secure the final signature from Elaine, Rand cedes overall command of the armies of the light to her, naming the Queen of Andor as the supreme commander for the last battle. With these concessions made, the rulers of the nations sign the document, creating a fragile but unprecedented global alliance. The only remaining threat to the peace is the Shonchan Empire, and Rand grimly vows to confront them next, acknowledging he may have to cripple them to secure the world's flank. The chapter then makes a jarring shift to the grim reality of Tarwin's Gap. Lan Mandragoran and the tattered remnants of his army are on the verge of annihilation. Exhausted and vastly outnumbered by a relentless horde of Shadowspawn, they are preparing for one final, suicidal charge. The mood is one of profound finality and noble sacrifice. Lan is ready to die for a kingdom that exists only in memory. As he gives the order to charge into the mouth of the enemy horde, he is met with a deafening thunder of hoofbeats, far louder than his own small force could ever make. In a stunning reversal, massive gateways tear open across the battlefield, disgorging tens of thousands of cavalry from the allied borderland nations, a direct answer to Rand's final request in the pavilion. What was meant to be a glorious death transforms in an instant into a true battle. Faced with this impossible, miraculous salvation, Lan, a man defined by his unyielding stoicism, throws back his head and laughs. Chapter 7. Into the thick of it. The chapter commences immediately following the pivotal meeting at Merilor, as Elaine steps from the main pavilion into a scene of impossible creation. Where moments before there had been an open field, there now stands a majestic grove of a dozen great trees, colossal and ancient in appearance, conjured from the ground by Rand al'Thor in a matter of minutes. This act of casual godlike power leaves everyone, including Elaine and Egwene, in a state of stunned silence. The sheer scale of Rand's abilities is a source of both awe and profound unease among the leaders of the world. Perrin, recognizing the trees as identical to those found only within a steading, deepens the mystery and underscores the unprecedented nature of the Dragon Reborn's power. Seizing the initiative amidst the lingering shock, Elaine immediately assumes the leadership role Rand assigned her. She calls for maps and advisors, moving swiftly to prevent the other rulers from questioning her authority now that Rand's overwhelming presence is gone. Her command is immediately challenged by the complex political and personal histories in the camp, most notably with the arrival of Gareth Bryne. Now aligned with the White Tower, Bryne's presence is a stark reminder of his past service to Elaine's mother and his subsequent exile from Andor. Though a tension of breached trust hangs between them, he provides the crucial maps they need, setting the stage for the War Council. The great captains, Bryne, Agelmar, Basher, and Ituralde, convene to address the monumental strategic crisis before them. The world is under attack on 4 separate fronts. The Shadow has launched major invasions at Tarwin's Gap in Kandor, and deep behind their lines in Caemlyn, with a 4th front looming at Sheol Ghul, where Rand will face the Dark One. The commanders debate how to allocate their finite resources against these overwhelming odds. After deliberation, a consensus is reached. They will reinforce Lan Mandragoran at Tarwin's Gap, tasking him with holding that critical choke point. A second, smaller force, led by the Aes Sedai, will be sent to Kandor, not to reclaim the fallen nation, but to execute a fighting withdrawal and delay the Trolloc advance. The bulk of their combined armies will concentrate on the smallest enemy force in Caemlyn, aiming for a decisive victory to eliminate one front and boost morale. This plan solidifies when the 4 great captains are assigned to command each of the 4 fronts. A symmetry Basher notes is no coincidence. Lord Agelmar will join the Borderlanders at the Gap. Gareth Bryne, choosing to serve the White Tower over Andor, will lead the delaying action in Kandor. Davram Basher will command the main assault on Caemlyn alongside Elaine. Finally, Rodel Iturralde accepts the command at Sheol Ghul, preparing to fight alongside the Aiel. Elaine firmly integrates the Aiel into this unified command structure, overriding their instinct to fight alone and ensuring the entire coalition operates as a single entity. As the meeting concludes, Elaine is approached by 2 critical groups. First, Gareth Bryne offers her a quiet, sincere compliment on her leadership, a moment of validation from a man who was once like a father to her, beginning to mend a fractured relationship. Then, drawn by a beautiful and powerful song, she discovers a contingent of Ogier singing to the newly grown trees. An elder named Haemon informs her that the Great Stump has made a historic decision. Not just a few Ogier, but their entire people will take up their axes and join the fight against the Shadow. Finally, the chapter deals with a matter of extreme secrecy and importance. Elaine attempts to task Perrin with managing the army's logistics, a vital role now that the stores in Caemlyn are lost. Perrin refuses, citing his prophesied duty to be at Rand's side during the last battle. In his place, his wife Fele volunteers, asserting her capability. The conversation then shifts to the Horn of Valere. Elaine reveals that the Shadow knows the White Tower possesses the horn and is actively hunting for it. To move it safely to Mat Cauthon, they need a courier no one would suspect. Perrin argues that Fael, having no direct ties to the tower, is the perfect choice. Elaine reluctantly agrees, entrusting Fael with a mission that could determine the very outcome of the war. The chapter closes by shifting perspective to Lan at Tarwin's Gap. The situation remains grim, but the unified Borderlander armies have reinforced his position. King Isar of Shianar arrives to confirm that all the Borderland rulers, even the proud Queen Tenobia, have sworn to follow Lan as their supreme commander, finally uniting them under the banner of the Golden Crane. In a rare display of public leadership, Lan delivers a rousing speech to the somber soldiers, urging them to find glory rather than despair in the final battle they were born to fight. Just as this moment of unity is cemented, the alarm horns sound, signaling the start of another Shadowspawn assault. Chapter 8. The Smouldering City. The chapter begins on a somber note, with Queen Elaine Tracan surveying the ruin of her capital, Caemlyn, from a nearby hill. The sight of the city, reduced to a smouldering pyre, fills her with a mixture of grief and cold fury. Internally, she battles her personal sorrow, forcing herself to maintain a facade of unshakable confidence for the vast and varied army assembled around her. This force is a testament to the alliances forged against the Shadow, comprising Andoran soldiers, Aiel warriors, Perrin's mixed contingent, and General Bashir's legendary Legion of the Dragon. Elaine's strategic mind assesses the destruction, recognizing that the introduction of dragon artillery has permanently rewritten the rules of war. The plan for the coming battle, devised by Bashir, is one of tactical cunning. They will feign a retreat to lure the overwhelming numbers of Trollocs into the dense forests, where the terrain will favor the lethal accuracy of the Two Rivers archers. and the guerrilla tactics of the ale. A critical exchange occurs between Elaine and the blunt-speaking General Basher, who questions the wisdom of her fighting while pregnant. He reframes it not as a vulnerability, but as a powerful symbol of desperation and a reminder of the life they are all fighting to protect. He then presses her on a more sensitive subject, urging her to publicly name Rand al'Thor as the father of her unborn children. His argument is one of pure military and political strategy. The truth would serve as a powerful morale booster for her troops and would decisively crush malicious rumors circulating about her. Following this counsel, Elaine makes a pair of ruthless, queenly decisions. First, she gives the order to set Camelin ablaze, using pre-planted oil to turn the city into a trap, forcing the occupying Shadowspawn into the open. Then, as the Trollocs flee the inferno, she commands Birgitte to spread the word of her children's lineage. It is a brilliant, if heartbreaking, gambit, sacrificing the physical heart of her kingdom to forge a new living symbol of hope in the heirs of the Dragon Reborn. The narrative then plunges into the oppressive darkness beneath the Black Tower, shifting to the perspective of a captured Androl. He awakens bound, shielded, and trapped with his few remaining allies, including the Aes Sedai Pevara. Their situation is dire, made worse by the confession of a broken comrade who revealed their location under duress. The chapter descends into true horror as time's ultimate weapon is unveiled, the process of turning. A young channeler named Evan is dragged away screaming, only to return a short time later as a calm, smiling shell of his former self, advocating for the Shadow's cause. This chilling transformation demonstrates that time is not merely killing his enemies, but utterly destroying their souls. As another companion is taken to suffer the same fate, Androl is left with the crushing weight of their seemingly hopeless predicament, a stark and terrifying contrast to the grand strategy and defiant hope playing out on the battlefield far above. Chapter 9. This chapter unfolds across 3 distinct fronts of the last battle, examining the immense personal and strategic pressures on its key leaders. The narrative first focuses on Lan Mandragoran, who is locked in a brutal and attritional war at Tarwin's Gap. The fighting is depicted as a relentless cycle of short, violent rotations, where Lan's forces are holding back an endless tide of Trollocs. The sheer exhaustion of this endeavour is made deeply personal when Lan's loyal follower Bulan collapses and dies, not from a fresh wound, but from a grievous injury he had concealed out of a fierce determination to remain by his king's side. This moment crystallizes the tragic cost of loyalty and forces Lan into a moment of private grief. Publicly, however, Lan refuses to mourn in a conventional sense. In a powerful display of leadership, he transforms the moment of loss into a ritual of remembrance, encouraging his men to share stories of their fallen comrades and celebrate their honorable deaths. This act serves to fortify the morale of his weary soldiers, turning potential despair into a reaffirmation of their warrior code. Yet Lan's private actions reveal the depth of his sorrow. He arranges for Bulan's body to be preserved on a frozen mountaintop, a deeply symbolic gesture honoring the first Malkieri to die in the fight to reclaim their lost nation. His connection to his past and his people is further emphasized when he takes Bulan's Hadori to carry into battle himself. The physical world seems to mirror the conflict's strain when Lan witnesses strange, unnatural fissures split the very rock of the land, cracks that appear to absorb light and hint that the pattern itself is beginning to unravel. The section culminates in a tense strategic discussion with Lord Agelmar, who challenges Lan's personal death wish. Agelmar argues for a strategic retreat, branding Lan's desire to die gloriously at the Gap as a selfish impulse that betrays his greater duty to his men and the larger war effort, forcing Lan to reconsider the true meaning of his leadership. The perspective then shifts to Egwene Alvera, who is overseeing the monumental task of transporting the White Tower's army to the battlefront at Kandor. This segment highlights the immense scale of the war and Egwene's role as a supreme commander. Her authority is tested by a strategic proposal from Elaine to create a central hospital. Egwene agrees with the wisdom of the idea, but alters the plan, her decision informed by a deep-seated and pragmatic fear of the Shonchan. She rules that the hospital be established in Mayenne, far from the vulnerable White Tower, a choice that demonstrates her strategic foresight and the lasting scars of her own past trauma. Her section of the chapter also includes a pivotal encounter with the captive Shonchan, Leilwyn. Stripped of her former life and honor, Leilwyn swears a profoundly binding oath of service to Egwene. While Egwene remains wary, she recognizes the potential utility of this new, deeply motivated follower, and decides to begin interrogating her for any information that might be useful. Finally, the chapter moves to a deeply intimate scene between Rand al'Thor and Elaine Trakand. Rand secretly visits Elaine's command tent, where he is confronted by the cold reality of battle maps that reduce human lives to statistics, a sight that pains his newly restored conscience. Their reunion is tender and fraught with the weight of their circumstances. Rand learns of Elaine's pregnancy with twins, a revelation that brings him a flicker of profound joy immediately shadowed by the sorrow that he will never live to know his children. He selflessly asks her not to name either child after him, wishing to spare them the burden of his legacy. Their conversation reveals a fundamental tension in their perspectives. Rand has accepted his fated death as a necessary sacrifice, while Elaine champions hope and the right of all people to fight for their own survival. The scene also provides a crucial explanation of Rand's evolved Ta'veren nature. He explains that the pattern now uses him as a conduit for pure good, to balance the Dark One's direct and corrupting influence on the world. The chapter concludes with a poignant exchange of gifts. Rand gives Elaine a seed, a unique object for creating an angreal that represents the investment in a future he will not see. In return, Elaine gives him a terangreal dagger that can shield him from the Shadow's sight, a gift focused entirely on his immediate survival in the confrontation to come. Chapter 10. The Use of Dragons. The chapter opens with Perrin leading a strategic cavalry sortie against the Trolloc forces encamped outside the still smouldering city of Caemlyn. This is not a full-scale assault, but a calculated provocation, a harrying action designed to bait the enemy into a reckless charge. His mixed force of White Cloaks, Mainers, and members of the Band of the Red Hand executes a swift pass, loosing volleys of arrows before wheeling away. The Trollocs suffer casualties but stubbornly hold their ground, refusing to be drawn out, forcing Perrin to resolve to continue the attacks until their discipline finally cracks. Meanwhile, at her command post within the Brame Wood, Queen Elaine grows increasingly frustrated with the delays in communication. She laments the lack of magical viewing devices and expresses a desire to observe the battle directly, a notion that her warder, Birgitte, immediately and firmly shuts down. This exchange highlights the core of their relationship. Elaine's impulsive drive as a commander clashing with Birgitte's grimly protective duty. Birgitte makes it clear she will physically restrain the Queen if necessary, a stark reminder of the dangers Elaine faces and the unique authority Birgitte wields. The scope of the conflict expands when Elaine encounters Uno, a grizzled Shienaran messenger from Egwene's front in Kandor. His brief, profanity-laced report paints a bleak picture of a chaotic battlefield, reinforcing that the fight for Andor is just one piece of a much larger, desperate war. This wider context is further explored in Elaine's war council with Bashir. Dispatches confirm that the Borderlander army at the Gap is under immense pressure and considering a retreat, while other forces are stretched thin. The council concludes that Elaine's army is the linchpin of the entire war effort. Her victory here is essential for reinforcing the other fronts. This immense pressure leads Elaine to approve an escalation of the harassment, deciding that if the Trollocs will not charge, she will be forced to use Eludra's dragons to level Caemlyn itself. The narrative provides two dark glimpses into other fronts. We see Androl, captive and drugged, witnessing the horrifying process of Turning Eyes Sedai and the cold cruelty of time. Then, we shift to Lan at the Gap, where the sudden appearance of 24 enemy channelers, or dreadlords, makes the position utterly indefensible. In a moment of bitter defeat, Lan is forced to order a retreat, effectively abandoning his homeland of Malkia and sending for channeler support to prevent a total slaughter. Back in the Braham Wood, Elaine's strategy finally pays off. The relentless harrying has worked, and the main Trolloc host is charging headlong into her trap. The battle begins with the legendary Two Rivers archers, who unleash devastatingly accurate volleys from an incredible range, shattering the Trolloc advance before it even reaches the forest. The horde is then lured deeper into the woods, where they are funneled and cut down by layers of crossbowmen, pikemen, and slingers using Eludra's explosives. The climax occurs when a massive contingent of Trollocs is guided onto a main road, directly into the sights of Talmanes and the Band of the Red Hand. Here, nearly 100 cannons, the dragons, unleash a series of thunderous volleys. The destruction is absolute and terrifying, vaporizing thousands of Trollocs in an instant. The chapter concludes on a sober note, contrasting Elaine's triumphant pride with Birgitte's profound unease. Elaine naively believes such weapons will end war forever, while the ancient hero Birgitte sees only a more efficient and impersonal form of slaughter, fearing the dark path humanity is now on. Chapter 11. Just Another Cell Sword. The chapter opens within the military encampment of the Aes Sedai army, where Egwene Alvera receives an unexpected overture of peace. Adalorna Bastine, a high-ranking sister of the Green Aja, approaches the Amirlin to formally end the long-standing friction between them. Adalorna speaks for the Greens, acknowledging that some within her Aja acted foolishly, and vowing that Egwene will face no further resistance from them. The catalyst for this change of heart is Egwene's own display of martial prowess and leadership during the Shonchan assault on the White Tower. Adalorna declares that Egwene demonstrated the spirit of a general, an example the Green Aja must now embrace. In a gesture of profound trust, Adalorna implicitly confirms her own status as the Captain General, the head of the Greens, effectively bringing the Battle Aja into Egwene's fold. Egwene, though privately amused by their delayed attempt to claim her, wisely accepts the alliance, recognizing its immense strategic value. Her attention then turns to the commander of her armies, Gareth Bryne. In his command tent, she discovers his novel and dangerous intelligence-gathering method. A horizontal gateway opened high in the sky, directly above the advancing Trolloc army. This offers Bryne an unparalleled real-time view of enemy formations, but Egwene immediately voices her concern that it leaves him completely vulnerable to enemy channelers. Bryne accepts the risk, deeming the advantage it provides to be indispensable. After examining the weave with Yukiri, the Grey Sitter who engineered it, Egwene uses a similar gateway to assess her own army's deployment. Looking down upon her forces, she finds Bryne's conventional strategy to be solid but lacking. She critiques his plan for underutilizing the army's greatest asset, the Aes Sedai, whom he had relegated to a reserve role. Bryne confesses that he had drafted more aggressive battle plans that integrated the channelers dynamically into the front lines, but hesitated to implement them without her authority. Egwene reviews these alternate strategies and gives her full approval, setting the stage for a new kind of warfare. Meanwhile, Mat Cawthon arrives at the city of Ebu Dar, heavily disguised as a common sellsword with a bandage covering his missing eye. He moves with caution, aware that many would suspect him in the murder of the former queen, and uncertain of his standing with his wife, the Empress Tuon. He finds the city both familiar and unnervingly changed under Shonchan rule. The streets are orderly, the infamous duels are heavily regulated, and a tense politeness hangs in the air. After a frustrating search, he finds a suitable tavern called the Yearly Brawl, where he is immediately met with suspicion by the Shonchan bouncer Jaime. The man's wife, Cathana, proves to be a domineering but well-meaning tavern keeper. As Mat probes for information, Jaime misinterprets his questions and his disguised appearance, concluding that Mat is a foreign assassin hired to kill the Empress Tuon. He warns Mat away, asserting that such an attempt would be suicidal. The confrontation comes to a head when Mat, realizing the misunderstanding, reveals his scarred eye socket is real. He turns the interrogation back on Jaime, demanding to know about the assassins targeting his wife. Jaime reveals that there have been several attempts, all by foreigners, and that the man hiring them is none other than General Lunal Galgan, the supreme commander of the Shonchan armies. The implication is that this is a political scheme, using incompetent assassins to destabilize Tuon's rule rather than to actually kill her. Just as Matt absorbs this shocking news, Kathana finally recognizes him from wanted posters, and he makes a hasty exit, now armed with the dangerous knowledge of a conspiracy at the very top of the Shonchan command structure. The final narrative follows Rand al-Thor in Shi'enar, where he stands with Lan Mandragoran amidst the smoke of a strategic retreat. Moiraine implores him to abandon the battlefield and proceed directly to Shaiol Ghul for his final confrontation with the Dark One, arguing that risking himself in lesser battles is a foolish weakness. Rand refuses, unwilling to abandon his friends and convinced he must keep the Shadow's main forces engaged. He honors Lan with a gift of the remade crown of Malkia before traveling to the front lines. There, he unleashes his full power as the Dragon Reborn, summoning a colossal storm and using it to rain lightning and death gates upon the Trolloc horde, slaughtering them by the thousands. However, his display is a trap. Dozens of dreadlords appear and attempt to shield him, a tactic clearly prepared in advance. He fends off the weaker individual attacks, but realizes they are a feint. A moment later, a massive shield woven by a full circle, led by time, slams into his power. Rand barely holds it back, understanding that to engage in a prolonged battle here would leave him critically weakened for his true purpose. In a moment of painful but necessary strategic clarity, he chooses to retreat. He returns to Lan's tent, admitting to Moiraine that the enemy has adapted, and that he can no longer win the war by acting as a one-man army. He must find another way. Chapter 12. A Shard of a Moment. The chapter opens with Birgitte leading a small force of 30 Isle warriors on a tactical mission in the forest. Their objective is to harass and weaken the vast Trolloc army through guerrilla warfare. Birgitte demonstrates profound battlefield competence, drawing on memories of countless past lives as she directs her Aiel companions into a cleverly laid ambush. Using a cave and a nearby stream to mask their presence, they successfully lure a 50-strong Trolloc fist into a trap, decimating their numbers from a superior flanking position. Beneath this display of military prowess, however, Birgitte is consumed by a deep and terrifying internal conflict. Her unnatural expulsion from the world of dreams has left her memories fractured, and she is haunted by the fear that this violent rebirth has severed her connection to the Horn of Valere. This existential dread centers on the possibility of losing Gaidai forever, a fate she finds more terrifying than the last battle itself. As she scouts the woods that feel so familiar from her dream life with him, this personal anxiety threatens to overwhelm her professional focus. The narrative then shifts to Rand, who retreats from his own failures into a self-made dream shard, a tranquil mental haven crafted from memory. This piece is short-lived, as the space is invaded by Lanfear. She initially appears in a theatrical display of helplessness, pretending to drown and begging for rescue. However, Rand, now fully integrated with Luz Therin's memories, is no longer susceptible to her manipulations. He sees through her performance, forcing her to abandon the facade. She then attempts to appeal to him as an equal, seeking asylum. Rand confronts her directly, cutting through her lies to her core motivation, an insatiable desire for power. He offers her a single path to prove her sincerity, to open her mind to him completely. When she cannot bring herself to do it, Rand performs a final, devastating act of severance. Instead of hatred or scorn, he feels only pity. He opens his own mind to her, revealing his deepest intentions, his plans for the world, and the powerful, burning love he feels for Min, Avienda, and Elaine. In this total exposure of his soul, Lanfear sees the ultimate truth. He feels neither love nor hate for her. She has become nothing to him. Shattered by this realization, she is left in silence as Rand departs, promising only that his victory will free her from the Dark One's grasp. Finally, the chapter follows Perrin in the war camp. Consumed with his rivalry against Slayer, he seeks out the wise one, Idara. He asks her for the forbidden knowledge of how to enter the world of dreams physically. Idara is horrified, explaining that such a process is evil, as it erodes one's humanity and risks the permanent destruction of the soul upon death. Perrin argues that to fight the shadow, they must be willing to take the same risks. Idara refuses him, warning him against making a terrible mistake out of fear, and leaves him to contemplate his dark and necessary path alone. Chapter 13. What Must Be Done. The chapter opens on the desolate, sun-scorched hills of Kandor, where Egwene Alvere prepares to unleash a new form of warfare. At the head of more than 100 Aes Sedai, primarily from the Green Ajah, she represents the tip of a spear designed by Gareth Bryne. His strategy abandons conventional tactics, instead positioning the Channelers as a primary weapon of mass destruction, a living siege engine meant to shatter the oncoming Trolloc army. Egwene feels a profound connection to Vora's Sangreal, a fluted white rod that amplifies her power, understanding for the first time the bond a soldier feels with their blade. As the limitless horde of Shadowspawn charges, Egwene initiates the assault. She begins by wielding her formidable strength in the element of earth, literally ripping the ground out from under the Trollocs and sending them flying. This serves as the signal for the entire line of Aes Sedai to unleash a terrifying storm of the One Power. Following her initial volley, Egwene shifts her tactics, focusing on the metal of the Trollocs' weapons and armor. She causes them to violently shatter, creating clouds of lethal shrapnel that tear through the subsequent ranks. In this moment of pure destruction, Egwene feels a sense of unity with the land, viewing herself as a purifying flame cauterizing the infection of the shadow. The assault is overwhelmingly successful, and the Trolloc army breaks and flees, a rare and stunning sight that earns a bloodless victory for the human soldiers watching in awe. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to the wider strategic situation, where Queen Elaine Trakand confers with her general Davram Bashir. They face grim realities on multiple fronts. The Borderland armies have been forced from Tarwin's Gap, and a massive Trolloc force is sweeping through Shienar. Faced with an impossible choice, Elaine makes the brutal but necessary command to implement a scorched earth policy, ordering the burning of major cities like Faldara and the evacuation of their people to deny the enemy any foothold or supplies. Bashir then outlines a plan for a long fighting retreat through Andor, using rivers as natural defenses to bleed the enemy, admitting that they are not controlling the battle, but merely trying to survive it. Reluctantly, Elaine agrees to the protracted withdrawal. The narrative then follows Perrin Aybara, who receives these orders to retreat. Feeling an undeniable pull toward Rand and the last battle, Perrin knows he must leave. He makes a significant political move, formally appointing his father, Tam Althor, as a lord and his successor in command of the Two Rivers forces, ensuring stability in his absence. Just as he prepares to depart, Dain Bornhald delivers a devastating revelation in private. Perrin's family was not killed by Trollocs, but murdered by the dark friend Padden Fine, a crime Bornhald witnessed but kept silent about. Though shaken to his core by the reopening of this old wound, Perrin compartmentalizes his rage and grief, focusing on his duty to Rand. Accompanied by the steadfast Ael Gaul, Perrin travels to Rand's location on a bleak ridge overlooking Shaiol Ghul. There, Perrin makes a desperate request, asking the Dragon Reborn for a way to enter the world of dreams physically, in the flesh. He explains it is the only way to face a particular enemy on equal terms. Understanding the necessity of this dangerous act, Rand uses his immense power, amplified by the thinning of reality near the world's end, to create a special gateway. After a poignant and final feeling farewell, Perrin and Gaul step through the portal, physically entering the dream world to confront the dangers within. Chapter 14. Doses of Forkroot. This chapter unfolds across two parallel and critically interconnected storylines, contrasting the grim, creeping horror of the wolf dream with a desperate uprising in the heart of the Black Tower. It begins with Perrin Aybara and his Aiel companion, Gaul, stepping into a version of Tel'aran'rhiod that is in its death throes. The dreamscape is being consumed by a violent, unnatural storm, a physical manifestation of the Dark One's corrupting influence on reality itself. Now present in the flesh, Perrin discovers his own abilities within the dream are significantly amplified, allowing him to carve out a pocket of calm amidst the chaos. His immediate goal is to hunt the assassin slayer, and he carefully briefs Gaul on the nature of this formidable enemy. This leads to a tense moment of cultural misunderstanding, where Perrin must precisely define the terms of an oath to prevent the honor-bound Gaul from fighting a battle he cannot win. Their journey takes them to the physical location of the Black Tower, which they find encased in a shimmering purple dome, the product of a dream spike. Perrin's strength of will allows him to push through the energy field's debilitating effects, but Gaul is not so fortunate. A single curious touch renders him instantly unconscious, forcing Perrin to physically drag his companion's body through the barrier to save his life. It is here that they have their first of several encounters with Lanfear. Shedding her wolf-given name of Moonhunter, she presents herself as an enigmatic ally, claiming to seek her own vengeance against the one who imprisoned her. Her appearance is fleeting, cut short by a sudden palpable terror, inspired by something she alone perceives in the churning sky above. The narrative then plunges into the dungeons beneath the Black Tower, where Androl Genhald is a captive. He is forced to witness the systematic breaking of Logain Abla, orchestrated by a newly turned Tavain and a cohort of Black Arja sisters. The chapter provides a chilling explanation of the turning process. A horrific ritual of 13 channelers and 13 murderol used to forcibly convert a person's soul to the shadow. Logain's legendary resilience is failing, and Androl, realizing he is next in line, concocts a brilliant and desperate gambit. He exploits the lingering madness of another Turnda shaman, Evin, subtly manipulating his paranoia to incite him to violence against one of Time's loyalists. This calculated act of psychological warfare creates a crucial diversion, and in the ensuing chaos, the shield-holding Androl is dropped. The story returns to Perrin, who is again confronted by Lanfear while scouting the tower grounds. She continues her pattern of duplicitous assistance, revealing that two guards Perrin believed loyal to Rand have been turned. She offers a cold academic lecture on the process, framing it as a wasteful squandering of talent. While speaking, she incapacitates the guards by secretly drugging their wine and then guides Perrin to the dream spike. Showing him how to deactivate it, she vanishes once more, her motive still deeply rooted in self-preservation, as she claims that Perrin's victory is essential for her own freedom. This act of deactivating the dream spike is the linchpin of the entire chapter, as its effects are felt instantly in the dungeons below. Just as Mazrim Taim prepares to obliterate Androl with balefire, Androl's power is suddenly unblocked. In a moment of pure instinct, he weaves a gateway no bigger than a coin, which miraculously intercepts the lethal weave and serves as a conduit for his thoughts, alerting allies above. As reinforcements led by Canla storm the chamber, Androl is finally unleashed. The man Time dismissed for his weakness in the power reveals a peerless talent. In a spectacular display, Androl creates massive gateways that turn his enemies' own attacks back upon them. He masterfully extracts Logain to safety and then eradicates the remaining Black Aja and corrupted Ashaman by dropping the very floor out from under them. The chapter concludes with Perrin and Gaul settling in to wait for Slayer, completely unaware that their actions have just enabled a heroic reclamation of the Black Tower. Chapter 15. Your Neck in a Cord. The chapter opens with Matrim Cawthon in a characteristically perilous and self-inflicted situation, dangling from a balcony 3 stories above the gardens of the Tarasin Palace. He internally reassures himself that this is far from the most difficult infiltration he has ever attempted. A piece of bravado that rings hollow as he clings to a marble ledge, his arm aching under the strain. His mission is a reluctant one. He has come to warn Tuon, now the Empress Fortuona, that one of her own generals, Galgan, is plotting her assassination. This act of concern is framed in Matt's mind as a necessary detour from his true desire to find a dice game and put as much distance as possible between himself and the looming shadow of Rand al'Thor and the last battle. After narrowly avoiding detection by a pair of leisurely Death Watch guards, Matt finally scrambles onto the balcony, reflecting on his intimate knowledge of Palace's weaknesses, a skill acquired during his previous, complicated stay as a guest/prisoner of Queen Tylin. This knowledge, born from a desire for escape, now serves his purpose for entry. He continues his climb up the exterior of the palace, a tense ascent filled with self-deprecating thoughts to distract from the dizzying height, aiming for the Empress's private chambers on the 4th floor. Upon reaching his destination, he is immediately met, not by Tuon, but by a crossbow bolt slamming into the doorframe beside his head. The bolt was fired by Seleucia, Tuon's ever-present companion, who Matt correctly deduces has been acting as Tuon's bodyguard all along. Their exchange is a tense but familiar dance of witty antagonism, where Seleucia reveals that General Galgan is a minor threat compared to assassins hired from Shonchan, 2 of whom she has already dispatched. It becomes clear she is serving as a decoy, sleeping in Tuon's bed to draw out any attackers. Seleucia provides Matt with a secret passage to reach the gardens where Tuon is located. Her parting words a grim and prophetic warning that the only way for him to escape his new title of Prince of the Ravens is to find his neck in a cord. Meanwhile, a separate narrative follows Rand al'Thor as he walks through Elaine's military camp. His internal state is one of profound weariness, feeling the immense weight of responsibility for every soldier preparing for battle. He has come to understand that leadership requires not a hardened heart, but the ability to carry and accept pain. His purpose is to visit his father, Tam. Rand presents Tam with a magnificent ancient heron mark blade as a replacement for the one he was unable to return. This gift is heavy with unspoken emotion, an apology, a gesture of deep respect, and a plea for his father's acceptance. Tam, in turn, challenges Rand to a sparring match, a suggestion that initially seems cruel, given Rand's missing hand. By binding one of his own hands, Tam creates a fair contest, but his true purpose is therapeutic. The duel forces Rand to confront his physical and psychological limitations head-on. At first, Rand is clumsy and frustrated, his body instinctively trying to use a hand that is no longer there, leaving him feeling broken and defective. The turning point comes with Tam's simple advice to let go. Within the calm of the void, Rand stops fighting his new reality and begins to adapt, learning to use his stump for balance and blocking, creating a new, effective, one-handed fighting style. The spar is not about winning, but about acceptance. By the end, Rand finds a sense of peace he has not felt in a long time, having shed the psychological weight of what he had lost. Tam's final observation that Rand had been carrying his lost hand confirms that this was an act of a loving father helping his son heal a deep wound. The chapter returns to Matt in the palace gardens, which are withered and dying, a reflection of the land's suffering. He finds Tuon practicing a deadly and graceful form of unarmed combat, surrounded by a dozen of her elite Death Watch guards. As he watches, Matt grapples with his own uncomfortable, unspoken feelings for her. It is here that his uncanny luck and battlefield instincts serve him once more. He spots a grey man, an assassin magically rendered almost unnoticeable, who has slipped past Tuon's entire elite guard. Without hesitation, Matt throws a knife, the blade passing inches from Tuon's face to strike the assassin. Tuon's reaction is the most crucial detail. Instead of fearing Matt, she instinctively trusts him, looking over her shoulder to see his target. This, Matt realizes, is the most profound sign of love he could receive. In the ensuing chaos, he asserts to her that he will not be her toy or plaything, demanding a genuine foundation for their relationship. While Tuon, as Empress, claims she cannot love, she concedes that it is good to see him, a small but significant admission that offers a sliver of hope for their future together. Chapter 16. A Void That Howled. This chapter opens from the perspective of Loyal, the Ogier, who marches toward battle alongside his kin. He internally reflects on his fascination with the haste of humans, a trait he now feels he may have learned too well. As the OG move through Brame Wood, they are deeply disturbed by the unnatural state of the trees, which exude a profound wrongness that Loyal perceives as a silent, screaming void. This corruption of nature fuels a rising fury within him. When the Ogier finally engage a Trolloc flanking force, Loyal finds himself unexpectedly leading the charge. His rage is not just for the slain trees, but for the theft of their peace, a violation that has forced his people, who are builders by nature, to become destroyers. The Ogier assault is described as terrifyingly effective, transforming the gentle giants into ferocious warriors who inspire true fear in their enemies. The narrative then shifts briefly to Galad, who witnesses the Ogier charge with a mixture of awe and horror. He finds the sight of the placid Ogier turned into savage killers more unsettling than the inherent evil of the Trollocs, while one of his white cloaks immediately dismisses them as shadow spawn. Galad rationally observes that they are slaughtering the Dark One's forces. The focus moves to Rand at Merilaw, where he speaks with a newly returned Moiraine. He reveals his intention to travel to Ebu Dar to contend with the Shonchan, but the core of their conversation centers on his ultimate goal. Rand confides in Moiraine that he does not plan to merely reseal the Dark One's prison, but to kill him entirely. Moiraine argues that this is an impossible fool's task, asserting that the Dark One is an intrinsic part of the wheel. Rand counters that he is an entity outside the pattern. Their exchange reveals Rand's maturity. He no longer bristles at being treated like a youth, but responds with a calm wisdom born from his 4 centuries of memories, even as he contemplates a plan of immense audacity. The conversation ends with a sign of their renewed trust, as Rand humbly fetches her a cup of tea. Finally, the chapter follows Lan in the Borderlands, where he is executing a brilliant but grim military strategy. After conducting a long retreat and using a scorched earth policy to starve the massive Trolloc army, he launches a calculated attack. The initial charge is a feint, designed to create casualties. After a brief withdrawal, Lan's forces watch as the ravenous Trollocs break formation to feast on the dead. This is the moment Lan was waiting for. He signals a full-scale assault, and all 5 Borderlander armies converge on the disorganized horde, inflicting catastrophic losses. The tide of battle turns abruptly with the arrival of the renegade Asherman leader, Time, whose overwhelming power shatters the Borderlanders' attack, kills their defending channeler, and forces Lan into a desperate retreat. Chapter 17. Older, More Weathered. The chapter opens with Matt Cawthon waking in a state of confusion, feeling the pricking of weeds against his face. He initially believes he is in a terrible inn, but soon realizes with a groan that he and Tuon have fallen asleep in the palace gardens. They are both completely unclothed, a fact that mortifies Matt, but seems of no concern to Tuon, who is already awake and calmly conversing with a kneeling Deathwatch guard. This scene immediately highlights the cultural chasm between them and the established power dynamic of their relationship. Tuon, as the Empress, is above modesty, reminding Matt that her guards are sworn to their duty and that he must address her with proper titles, lest she be forced to execute him before he can provide an heir. The relative peace is broken when another guard reports the capture of an intruder. To Matt's absolute horror, this prisoner is revealed to be Rand al'Thor. Tuon's reaction is immediate and hostile. She recognizes the dragon reborn as a paramount threat and summons her domain. Matt is caught in the middle, his situation worsening when Tuon accuses him of orchestrating a trap. His sense of helplessness is compounded when he is lifted by the One Power and discovers that Tuon has taken his protective foxhead medallion while he slept. In the midst of this tense standoff, Matt and Rand share a brief, characteristic reunion filled with sarcastic banter and a competitive recounting of their recent achievements, from Matt marrying the Empress to Rand cleansing Saidin. This exchange serves as a moment of dark humor and reinforces their deep, if complicated, friendship. However, Rand soon takes command of the situation. He counters Tuon's claim to the land, which is based on her descent from Arthur Hawkwing, by asserting his own far more ancient and absolute authority as Lu's Therin Telamon. To punctuate this declaration, Rand unleashes an awe-inspiring display of power, causing the dead garden around them to burst into vibrant life, even while he is shielded by the domain. This miracle, rooted in his connection to the land itself, stuns the Shonchan onlookers. Having demonstrated his superior claim, Rand then humbles himself, kneeling to offer Tuon peace and an alliance for the last battle. Mat steps in to mediate, vouching for Rand's character and appealing to Tuon's strategic sensibilities. A tense negotiation ensues, culminating in Rand making a painful concession. In exchange for her alliance, Tuon may keep the domain she has already captured. With the deal struck, the chapter concludes as Tuon departs to prepare for war, leaving Mat to share a final word with Rand, boasting about rescuing Moiraine and eliciting a rare, genuine laugh from the Dragon Reborn. Chapter 18. To feel wasted. The chapter opens on a ravaged Kandori plain, the site of a week-long, grinding battle. Here, Gorn stands guard over Egwene, his role reduced to dispatching the few Trollocs who managed to survive the Aes Sedai's overwhelming power. The battlefield is a wasteland of churned earth and innumerable Shadowspawn corpses, a testament to the brutal but successful defense being waged. Despite the army holding its ground, Gawain is consumed by a sense of futility. He is one of the world's finest swordsmen, yet he is relegated to what feels like janitorial duty, his skills wasted while pikemen and halberdiers form the true walls of steel against the enemy tide. He feels more like a bodyguard than a soldier, a sentiment that chafes at his pride and his warrior's spirit. His internal conflict is momentarily set aside as he demonstrates his lethal prowess, cutting down 5 Trollocs who breach the lines. Yet, this only reinforces his frustration. His true concern is for Egwene, who he can feel is pushing herself to the point of utter exhaustion, taking on far too many shifts on the battlefield. He functions as her guardian in all things, not just in combat, but also in managing her rest and security, constantly changing her sleeping location within the camp to thwart potential assassins. Their return from the front lines takes them to the command tent, where discussions with Gareth Bryne and Siwan reveal the larger strategic picture. The Trollocs appear to be stockpiling food by dragging away their dead, suggesting they may be planning a flanking maneuver. In response to the growing threat from the Black Tower, Egwene makes a difficult decision. She orders the Aes Sedai, who are watching time, to retreat and join her forces, a necessary consolidation that will place even greater strain on her and the sisters already present. This decision deepens Gawain's anxiety, which culminates in the chapter's most pivotal moment for his character. While standing watch outside Egwene's borrowed tent, he contemplates the 3 black thorn-carved rings he took from the Shonchan assassins. He knows they are Terangreal that grant unnatural speed and stealth. He also knows he should turn them over to Egwene, but he is certain the White Tower would simply lock them away, deeming them too dangerous. In his current state of feeling useless, the rings represent a forbidden power, a way for him to become the protector he feels he is failing to be. When warned by the Shonchan Leilwyn that the rings are deadly and kill their users, Gawain deceptively reassures her, choosing to keep his secret. This act marks a significant turn, as he willingly embraces a dark and dangerous path, all under the justification of protecting the woman he loves. The perspective then shifts to Rand al'Thor, who is fighting on a different front, aiding Elaine's forces near the river Alguenya. He operates under the disguise of an ordinary Ashaman, Jur Grady, unleashing devastating weaves of the One Power. His thoughts drift to the past, to the War of Power and Agenor's creation of the Shadowspawn, and he is sickened by the possibility that human souls might be reborn into such monstrous forms. Before departing, he follows his established pattern. He drops his magical disguise and sends a massive column of light into the sky, a beacon of hope for the soldiers and a clear signal to the Shadow that the Dragon Reborn is everywhere. Returning to the Allied headquarters at Merilor, Rand is confronted by Cadsuan. She has astutely noticed his recent habit of giving away significant possessions, a sword to his father, a crown to Lan, and correctly interprets it as a man preparing for his own death. She sharply rebukes him for this fatalism, insisting that he must not assume he will die, as that very assumption is a form of surrender. The conversation is interrupted by a revelation that changes Rand's immediate plans. Cadsuan informs him that the Asherman trapped in the Black Tower have managed to free themselves from time's control. This news lifts a tremendous burden of guilt and responsibility from Rand, though he is left to grapple with the cost of a victory he was not there to influence. Finally, the narrative moves to the grim and weary camp of the Borderlander armies. Lan Mandragoran stands apart, observing a somber nightly ritual where his men toast their fallen comrades. The ceremony now includes an Asherman, a sign that the shared bloodshed is forging bonds between the stoic Borderlanders and the feared Channelers. In a rare moment of introspection, Lan allows himself to think of a future with Nynaeve in a reclaimed Malkia, a flicker of hope in his otherwise hardened soul. His quiet reflection is interrupted by Lord Baldhair of Kandor, who expresses grave concerns about the great captain Agelmar. Baldhair believes Agelmar is exhausted and making uncharacteristic, costly mistakes, citing a recent, disastrous cavalry engagement. Lan takes these concerns directly to Agelmar, who admits his error but forcefully dismisses any notion that he is compromised by fatigue. He issues a stark ultimatum: either relieve him of command or let him prosecute the war as he sees fit. Lan yields to Agelmar's authority, but the exchange leaves a palpable tension, hinting at a looming crisis of leadership within the Borderland forces. Chapter 19. The Choke of a Patch. The chapter opens on a somber note, with Elaine seeking out Marshal General Bashir on the banks of the deceptively powerful river Alguenya. The world feels lifeless, but the flowing river offers a stark contrast, a symbol of persistence that reminds Elaine of a long-ago lesson from Gareth Brine about underestimating hidden currents. This memory serves as a potent metaphor for their current strategic dilemma. Having executed a successful tactical withdrawal from Andor, they believed they held the advantage. However, that confidence has been shattered by the discovery of a brilliant and ruthless trap. A second, previously unknown Trolloc army has materialized to their north, marching on the now defenseless city of Caerhien. Bashir is consumed with self-recrimination, admitting his critical error was thinking like a human commander. He failed to account for the Myrddral's inhuman willingness to sacrifice thousands of their own troops to fatigue in a brutal forced march through terrible terrain, a gamble that has now placed Elaine's forces in a deadly pincer. Faced with annihilation, Elaine reaffirms her trust in Bashir, compelling him to devise a desperate counter-strategy, a high-risk assault on the exhausted northern Trolloc army before the southern host can close the trap. Meanwhile, Egwene steps into a deeply corrupted Teleran Rayod. The world of dreams reflects the world's decay, with the city of Tyr appearing as ancient ruins. She meets with the Aiel Wise Ones for what feels like a final farewell. They reveal a terrifying new phenomenon: fractures appearing in the pattern itself, voids of pure blackness linked to the Dreadlord's use of balefire. This suggests the very fabric of reality is fraying under the strain of the war. After the Wise Ones depart, Egwene meets with Rand in the waking world. He seeks to mend their strained friendship before the last battle, a surprisingly personal and vulnerable moment. The conversation takes a horrifying turn when he asks to see the seals on the Dark One's prison. Upon examining them, Rand, as their original creator, instantly recognizes them as masterful forgeries. He delivers the catastrophic news that at some point before he gave them to her, the genuine seals were stolen. The ultimate defense against the Shadow is already compromised, and the Dark One now possesses the keys to his own cage. The chapter then shifts perspective and tone entirely, following Matt Cawthon's jarring adjustment to his new life as the Prince of the Ravens. He finds his newfound status deeply unsettling, particularly the Shonchan custom of servants refusing to look at him, an ironic reversal of his lifelong wish to avoid scrutiny. He is subjected to a comprehensive and absurd makeover by a personal tailor who intends to burn his iconic hat and dress him in ridiculously wide-shouldered ceremonial armor. Surrounded by immense wealth and power, symbolized by a box of priceless jewels, Matt feels a profound sense of unease. For a man whose identity is tied to luck, wit, and winning his fortune, having it all handed to him feels hollow and wrong. The realization that he is now a bloody nobleman is a moment of resignation. Yet, true to form, Matt stubbornly reclaims his hat, declaring that if he must look ridiculous, he will do it with his own style, before immediately demanding to know the status of their armies, grounding himself once more in the practicalities of the coming war. Chapter 20. Into Thacaridar. The chapter opens with Egwene Alvere, fresh from her unsettling meeting with Rand, putting her immense power on full display. Wielding the potent sangreal known as Vora's wand, she unleashes a catastrophic ball of fire that obliterates a Trolloc position on a distant hill. This act is the opening move in a brilliant tactical maneuver conceived by Gareth Bryne. Instead of allowing her army to be ambushed in the valleys, Egwene and a select group of eyes Sedai use gateways to seize the very hilltops the enemy intended to use as high ground. From these captured positions, they turn the tables on the Shadowspawn. What was meant to be a Trolloc killing field becomes one for Egwene's forces, as her heavy cavalry thunders through the valleys below, supported by infantry that pins the disoriented Trollocs against the slopes for the eyes Sedai to destroy. However, a sense of unease begins to creep in. Gorn observes that the Trollocs are fighting with a desperate, unnatural ferocity, holding their ground rather than scattering, as is their nature. Egwene realizes Bryne was right. The Myrddraal have re-established their psychic links with the Trolloc hordes, forcing them into suicidal charges. Just as Egwene senses that something is fundamentally wrong with the battle, the true horror of their situation is revealed. Behind their main camp, a colossal gateway tears open, revealing a strange, blighted landscape and an enormous, unfamiliar army. This is the Sharan army, a force whose existence was unknown to them. They are clad in exotic armor and wield strange weapons, but most terrifyingly, they are accompanied by hundreds of their own female channelers. The Sharans launch an immediate and devastating surprise attack. Weaves of power incinerate the camp, killing the Aes Sedai Ramanda instantly and throwing the command structure into chaos. Egwene and Gorn are caught in the onslaught and are forced to hide under his warder cloak, becoming helpless observers as the Sharan army methodically sweeps through their burning camp to slam into the rear of Egwene's main army. The chapter leaves Egwene's forces in a catastrophic position, caught in a vice between the desperate Trollocs to their front and the powerful unknown Sharan army to their back. The perspective then shifts dramatically to the desolate, frigid landscape of Shaiol Ghul. Aviendha, along with Ruark and other Aiel, is scouting the valley of Thakandar. The scene is a vision of hell, with a poisoned stream, massive smoke-belching forges worked by lifeless creatures, and cages full of human captives destined for sacrifice. The mountain itself looms like a scarred and bleeding wound upon the world. They are joined by the great captain, Rodel Iturralde, who helps them formulate a long-term strategy. The plan is for the Aiel to launch a high-speed assault on the forges to create a diversion, while Iturralde's more defensive Tyran and Damani troops seal the narrow pass into the valley. Their goal is not a quick victory, but to hold the valley and buy Rand as much time as he needs to confront the Dark One, be it hours, days, or even years. Finally, the focus turns to Rand al'Thor as the scouting party reports back to him. He is filled with a grim determination, a warrior's anticipation for the final duel. He confides two terrible secrets in Aviendha. First, the seals on the Dark One's prison have been stolen by the Shadow, and he fears they will be broken at the most vulnerable moment of his confrontation, potentially allowing the Dark One to overwhelm him. Second, he knows the Forsaken will be drawn to Shaiol Ghul and will attack the cavern while he is defenseless. He tasks Aviendha with a critical role. She is to command all the allied channelers and act as his shield, preventing anyone from reaching him. The chapter culminates in a tense confrontation with Nynaeve over the legendary Sa'angreal Calendar. Nynaeve passionately argues that Rand cannot use it, revealing its critical flaw. While he channels through it, another channeler can seize control of him, using him as a conduit to draw enough of the One Power to level mountains before burning him out completely. It is a trap. To her horror, Rand calmly acknowledges this truth. He knows it is a trap, but it is one he must willingly walk into. With his decision made, he ends the chapter with a defiant, rousing command to his generals. The following day, they will invade Shayol Ghul itself. Chapter 21. A reckoning not to be ignored. The chapter opens in the grim aftermath of a devastating battle, focusing on Siwan Sanche as she tends to the wounded in a makeshift camp. The scene is one of brutal triage, where the limited healing abilities of the remaining eyes, Sedai, are reserved only for soldiers who can return to the fight, a harsh reality of their desperate situation. Siwan reflects on the chaos of their escape, which was orchestrated by Yukiri's unconventional and terrifying weave of air that cushioned their fall from a collapsing command tent. This escape was only necessary because a surprise attack by the Sharan army had shattered their forces. The losses are staggering. Nearly half of their soldiers and, more catastrophically, 120 Aes Sedai were killed in a matter of hours, a blow from which the White Tower will not easily recover. Amidst this despair, Siwan finds Lord Brine, who is consumed by guilt over the strategic defeat. He blames his own caution, believing he misinterpreted the Trollocs' unusual defensive tactics as a simple ambush rather than the stalling maneuver it was. Brine views this failure not as a simple battlefield error, but as a profound mistake that puts the fate of the pattern itself at risk, showing the immense weight of command he carries. Siwan, despite her own exhaustion and pain, remains a pillar of resilience, stubbornly insisting that the missing Amirlin, Egwene, is alive and will surprise them all. The narrative then shifts dramatically to the Black Tower, where Lyrell of the Blue Aja leads a contingent of sisters on a mission to control the male channelers. Driven by ambition and a deep-seated prejudice, Lyrell's plan is to bond the 47 most powerful Ashaman, effectively turning them into tools for the White Tower. However, her scheme is cleverly and completely subverted. She is met by Androl Genhald, who presents her with exactly 47 men who have volunteered to become warders, thus fulfilling the letter of the agreement with the Dragon Reborn, while nullifying its coercive intent. Lyrell is left powerless, forced to accept these willing men instead of the powerful weapons she intended to claim. This act signals a pivotal moment of self-determination for the Black Tower. The final scene reveals the Ashaman rallying not around the distant and seemingly callous Dragon Reborn, but around their own wounded leader, Logain. Inspired by the dragon's final lesson to them, to see themselves as men, not weapons, Androl declares that they will fight in the last battle as their own force, with their own allegiances. This marks their profound transformation from a tool created to fight the shadow into an independent and self-aware power, ready to forge its own destiny. Chapter 22. The wild Egwene is jolted awake under the remains of a cart to a world plunged into night. Her companion, Gorn, proposes a risky plan for him to slip away and create a diversion, insisting that he can move with more stealth on his own. Egwene challenges this, but Gorn reveals the true danger. Her ability to channel would act as a beacon to the Sharan channelers who are actively patrolling the camp, a fact he learned while scouting. Their tense discussion is cut short by the arrival of a large group of the invaders. As they watch from their hiding place, Egwene observes the strange and unsettling culture of the Sharans. She sees female channelers with delicate, beautiful faces, marked by elaborate floral tattoos, and military officers whose high status is paradoxically indicated by smaller tattoos, revealed through openings in their elaborate armor. The most bizarre members of the procession are 3 nobles, one a woman, riding donkeys. They are bare-chested, draped in jewelry, and possess hollow, haunted expressions with no tattoos at all. appearing more like prisoners than lords. The gathering culminates in a bizarre ceremony where the very air seems to rip apart, from which a handsome man in gleaming coin-like armor materializes. He announces himself as Bao, the Wild, and declares he has come to reclaim what was stolen from him. His presence is magnetic and terrifying. When he senses a nearby channeler, a commotion breaks out and Lin is discovered and captured, bound by invisible weaves of air. To prove his ruthlessness, after Lin refuses to speak, Bao incinerates all the other captives in a horrific display of power. He then charges the terrified Lin with delivering a message to the Dragon Reborn. Bao has come to destroy him and claim the world. He threatens unimaginable slaughter unless Rand comes to face him. The chilling encounter ends with Bao revealing his former name, Barid Bel, which Egwene recognizes as the true name of the Forsaken Demandred. Meanwhile, in the Wolf Dream, Perrin and Gaul continue their hunt for Slayer. Time here is distorted, and Perrin realizes they may have been searching for a full week. Communicating with the local wolf packs, he learns that another of the Forsaken, whom the wolves call Heartseeker, is present in the dream. Following the wolves' guidance, Perrin and Gaul travel to the dream reflection of Merilor. There, they discover a strikingly homely woman cursing in a tent as dream objects flicker out of existence. This woman, the Forsaken Grandal, ascends into a black void representing the space between dreams. Perrin follows, witnessing her attempt to manipulate a specific dream while muttering about her stolen beauty and her plans to strike at the enemy's leadership. When she senses Perrin, she attacks with furious power. Perrin, however, demonstrates a staggering new level of mastery over Tel'aran'rhiod, effortlessly bending her weaves of balefire and creating illusions. Despite his clear superiority, his reluctance to strike down a woman prevents him from finishing the fight, and Grandal escapes through a gateway into an army of Shadowspawn. Immediately after, Lanfear appears, chiding Perrin for this weakness. She confirms the Forsaken was Graendal, now known as Hessalam, and tempts Perrin with offers of power and partnership, which he flatly rejects. When he asks for a gateway to leave the dream, she refuses, insisting he must learn to travel in the flesh as Slayer does. As a final devastating blow, Lanfear reveals the identity of the person whose dream Grandal was invading, Davram Bashir, the father of Perrin's wife, Fail. Chapter 23. At the Edge of Time. The chapter begins in the chaotic ruin of the Aes Sedai camp, where Gawain desperately tries to get a seemingly frozen Egwene to move. They have just witnessed the Sharon leader, a man called Bao, display a terrifying ability to sense and dispatch female channelers. Gawain understands that Egwene is in mortal danger and resolves to carry her away if necessary. Egwene's stillness, however, is not one of fear, but of profound shock that swiftly transforms into a cold, steely resolve upon hearing the enemy commander's name. Once the Sharons depart, Gawain outlines an escape plan, insisting on taking the lead. To ensure their success, he makes the difficult decision to use one of the blood knife rings, a dark terangriel, that grants him near invisibility. He internally justifies this act, which he had sworn to avoid, by framing it as a necessity for Egwene's protection rather than a quest for personal glory. As Egwene follows him through the darkness, her own thoughts are consumed by the horrifying revelation that the entire Sharon nation is seemingly in service to one of the Forsaken. This new enemy represents a threat on a scale that rivals, or perhaps even surpasses, that of the Shonchan. Her flight is violently interrupted when she is ambushed by a tall, powerful Sharan woman who shields her from the source. Trapped and helpless, Egwene employs a desperate and brilliant tactic. She intentionally summons her deepest fears, reliving the trauma of her captivity by the Shonchan, and projects this wave of pure terror through her warder bond to alert Gawain. Before her captor can decide her fate, however, help arrives from an unexpected source. Leolwyn, the former Shonchan guard, appears out of the shadows and strikes the Sharon down, honouring the oath she swore to Egwene. They quickly reunite with Gawain, who reveals he has already dispatched a half-dozen Sharon soldiers before meeting with Bael Domon. Together, the group escapes the ravaged camp, with Egwene creating a gateway that takes them directly to the safety of the White Tower. The perspective then shifts to the blighted valley of Thakandar, where Aviendha is leading a surprise assault. Rand has placed her in command of a diverse group of channelers, including Aes Sedai, Wise Ones, and Ashaman, a decision not all of them appreciate. Their mission is to clear the valley and secure Rand's back as he makes his final journey. The Ale-led force cuts through the disorganized Shadow Spawn, destroying the monstrous Shadow Forgers and liberating their captives. During the battle, Aviendha sees Rand and his companions arrive at the base of the path leading to Shayol Ghul, and they exchange a final, silent farewell across the battlefield. An eerie and unnatural darkness then descends as the sun is completely eclipsed, a cosmic event that brings the fighting to a stunned halt. Once the light returns, Aviendha senses an incredibly strong female channeler attacking the Aiel forces. In response, she forms her entire contingent into a massive circle, allowing her to wield an almost unimaginable quantity of the One Power. A spectacular duel erupts, with her opponent retaliating with deadly weaves of balefire, a forbidden power that threatens to unravel reality itself, so close to the Dark One's prison. Realizing she is facing a foe of immense strength, Aviendha employs tactical gateways to close the distance and confront her enemies directly. She finds 3 women. The most powerful of them flees using a strange method that does not involve channeling, while Aviendha kills the other 2, who are later identified as escaped Black Ajah. Understanding that a direct confrontation is too risky, Aviendha shifts her strategy, dividing her forces into 3 smaller circles to lay an ambush, applying classic Aiel raiding tactics to a battle of the One Power. The chapter's final arc follows Rand al'Thor as he stands at the foot of Shayol Ghul. With him are Moiraine and Nynaeve, while Tom Merrilin chooses to remain behind to guard the entrance to the Pit of Doom. Rand decrees that no one is to channel until the final confrontation, seeking to conserve every bit of his strength. As he begins the steep climb, his old wound, the one that can never be healed, tears open. He leaves a trail of his own blood on the rocks, a grim and literal fulfillment of prophecy. He is utterly resigned to his fate, acknowledging that the prophecies never spoke of his survival. At the cavern's mouth, he asks Moiraine and Nynaeve to link with him, controversially insisting on leading the circle himself. As they prepare to enter the abyss, a voice of pure, undeniable authority resonates through them, declaring that the time has come. Recognizing this as a sign from the Creator, Rand offers his thanks and steps into the darkness to face his destiny. Chapter 24. The narrative opens from the perspective of the Empress, Fortuona, who sits upon her throne, an image of regal immobility. This stillness is a calculated deception, as she is prepared to shed her restrictive formal silks in an instant to engage any threat. Her internal thoughts are occupied by Matrim Cawthon, a man she finds both changed and utterly unchanged. This internal conflict is voiced by Lord Beslan, who confesses his own confusion about Mat before accepting his duty to govern his lands rather than ride to war. Fortuona reflects on the passionate, now tamed nature of Beslan's people, a stark contrast to the untamable chaos that is her new husband. Through signed communication with Seleucia, her combination voice and truth speaker, Fortuona grapples with the implications of being yoked to Mat. While Seleucia conveys disapproval of his disruptive presence, Fortuona internally justifies her choice as one guided by omens. She contemplates the core philosophy of the Shonchan Empire, encapsulated in the phrase, "May she live forever." It is not a mere pleasantry, but a brutal creed demanding that an empress be strong enough to survive any challenge, internal or external, or be replaced by someone stronger. Her life's purpose is to bring this unforgiving order to a chaotic world, yet she has paradoxically married chaos itself. This chaos is on full display as Mat, clumsy and awkward in his High General's uniform, storms through the mustering grounds, verbally tearing into his commanders with bizarre threats and insults. His unpredictable behavior keeps the Shonchan nobility off balance, which is useful, but it fundamentally undermines the rigid structure she represents. The arrival of the commanding Captain General Galgan, her greatest rival and a pillar of Shonchan order, throws this contrast into sharp relief. In a stunning political maneuver, Fortuona summons Mat and, in a formal proclamation, bestows upon him the new name Knotai and the rank of Rodholder. This position makes him third in command, directly behind Galgan, effectively positioning him to take over should the Captain General fall. The move shocks Galgan, who understands he is now being watched and challenged. Knotai, however, seems largely unfazed by the political gravity of his promotion, a reaction that only deepens the mystery surrounding him. The strategic landscape shifts dramatically when Knotai returns with urgent intelligence. The army led by Egwene Alver has been shattered and is in a desperate retreat. This presents Fortuona with a monumental choice. She can honor the treaty she made with the Dragon Reborn and move to protect the retreating channelers. Or, she can seize the opportunity to capture hundreds of weakened Marath domain, a force that would allow her to crush all resistance back in Shonchan and solidify her own empire. It is a choice between fulfilling a chaotic, uncertain alliance and seizing a tangible instrument of absolute order. Reminded quietly by Knotai that she gave her word, she chooses the former. She commits her forces to the rescue, framing it as a necessary step to defeat the shadow, and in doing so, places her faith in the chaotic path her husband represents. The chapter then shifts perspective, revealing the dire circumstances on other fronts of the last battle. We find Lan Mandragoran preparing for a hopeless engagement. His forces are outnumbered and on the verge of being annihilated. As they prepare for the Trolloc assault, the sun itself is mysteriously blotted from the sky, plunging the battlefield into an unnatural darkness that terrifies the soldiers. For Lan, however, it changes nothing. His resolve is absolute as he receives his orders to hold the center of the line, a suicidal position, and leads his small band of warriors in a charge against an endless sea of shadow spawn. Simultaneously, near the city of Caerhien, Queen Elaine Trakand faces her own desperate situation. Her army is exhausted from a forced march and must defeat a large Trolloc force before it can be reinforced by a second one. As the supernatural darkness falls, panic ripples through her weary troops. Elaine abandons a prepared, formal speech and instead delivers a raw, fiery address from the heart. She speaks not of hope or promises, but of blood, fury, and the absolute necessity of destroying the enemy. The speech forges grim determination in her soldiers. After a heated confrontation with her warder, Birgitte, in which she insists on fighting on the front lines, the battle commences. Aludra's dragons unleash their devastating power for the first time in a major engagement, tearing apart the charging Trolloc ranks with thunderous explosions, a display of power that even frightens Elaine. Finally, the narrative moves to the blasted lands, where General Rodel Iturralde commands the defense of the pass leading to Shayol Ghul. Though he now has ample resources, he faces a numberless enemy and anticipates his own eventual defeat. Here too the sun's disappearance is noted, before Iturralde surveys his masterfully prepared defenses. He has turned the narrow pass into a death trap. As the Trollocs charge, he unleashes his first volley, hundreds of flaming logs that crash down on them. He then springs his main trap, a series of immense, dense barriers made of thorn bushes that halt the horde completely, creating a static killing field. From the cliffs above, his soldiers rain down arrows, rocks, and fire upon the helpless enemy. The Trollocs suffer catastrophic losses before they manage to break through the first barrier, only to find more waiting. Their will breaks, and the entire army routs. Iturralde has won the day through brilliant tactics, but he knows the enemy will return, and he must be ready. Chapter 25. Quick Fragments. The chapter opens in the tense military camp of the Aes Sedai, where a profound sense of relief washes over Siwan as a gateway delivers the Amelin seat, Egwene Alvera, back to her forces. Egwene is not alone. Accompanied by key sitters, she strides into the camp with a fiery and determined presence that immediately reassures those who see her. The military commander, Brine, confirms that their strategic position will be held for the time being, a decision made by Queen Elaine and now sanctioned by the Emerlin. This decision is made in the face of overwhelming odds, as the combined Sharan and Trolloc armies of the Shadow have gathered and are preparing for a massive assault. Brine's tactical choice of battlefield is crucial here. He has positioned their army with its back to a wide river, using a nearby ford and overlooking hills to create a defensive choke point. The strategy is to force the enemy into a disadvantageous engagement and provide a potential line of retreat across the river if necessary. However, a deeper anxiety plagues Siuan. This is her first opportunity to speak with Egwene since her capture and subsequent escape, an ordeal rumored to have involved the sinister power of the Black Tower. Fearing that Egwene might be an imposter, or worse, may have been turned to the Shadow, Siuan publicly challenges her with a security question, demanding to know the detail of their very first meeting. Egwene, understanding the necessity of the test, answers correctly, recounting a specific private lesson from their journey from Fal Dara. This provides Siuan with a crucial, though not absolute, reassurance. The scene concludes with Egwene giving orders to form the battle lines while keeping a wary eye on Shonchan's scouts circling overhead, a testament to the fragile and uncertain alliances of this final war. The perspective then shifts to Rand al'Thor as he, alongside Moiraine and Nynaeve, descends into the pit of doom. The very environment is hostile, a physical manifestation of the Dark One's oppressive will. The cavern seems to shrink and press in on them, attempting to force Rand to his knees in submission. In a pivotal act of defiance, Rand refuses, halting his advance and forcing the cavern itself to relent. This is not merely a walk, it is the opening salvo in a battle of wills. His journey is interrupted by the appearance of his dark reflection, Moradin. He stands before a gaping void of pure nothingness, the visual representation of the boar itself. Moradin reveals his purpose is not necessarily to win, but simply to weaken Rand for their master. His motivation is deeply personal and nihilistic. He has been promised the ultimate oblivion, an end to his cycle of rebirth, and he will not allow Rand to steal that final piece from him. The two ancient adversaries, Lews Therin and Elan Morin, then engage in a fateful duel at the edge of existence. Meanwhile, on the brutal battlefield, the narrative follows Lan Mandragoran leading a heavy cavalry charge. The prose emphasizes the sheer exhaustion and unrelenting carnage of the front lines. Lan, a paragon of martial prowess, feels his strength failing as he and his men carve a path through the endless tide of Trollocs. The chaos of the battle is highlighted by a critical tactical error. Two separate reserve units are mistakenly sent to plug the same gap in their lines, causing confusion and impeding each other. From a hilltop, Lan witnesses the arrival of dreadlords on a large mobile platform, who begin to systematically tear apart the Borderlander formations with devastating displays of the One Power, further complicating an already desperate fight. The final major thread of the chapter follows Perrin Ibera in the Wolf Dream. He has tracked the forsaken Gryandal to the valley of Thakandar, the physical location of Shaiol Ghul, only for her to escape into the waking world. Here, the dream reflects the last battle as a storm of ghostly figures, and Perrin learns from the wolves that Rand has entered the pit of doom. A warning comes that the assassin slayer is present, and Perrin immediately shifts to the entrance of the pit, just in time to intercept an arrow aimed at Rand. A chaotic battle ensues between Perrin and Gaul against Slayer and a contingent of red-veiled Ale who can channel. The fight is a dizzying dance of shifting locations and a brutal contest of wills. Perrin's growing mastery of the dream allows him to hold his own, even landing a significant blow on Slayer. After Slayer is forced to retreat back to the waking world, Perrin and Gaul deal with the remaining channelers, who Lanfear reveals have been forcibly turned to the Shadow. In a final strategic move, Perrin plants a dream spike at the cavern's entrance, creating a barrier that will prevent anyone, specifically Slayer, from using gateways or shifting directly into the pit of doom. thus protecting Rand's back while he confronts the Dark One. The time distortion near the boar is noted, as what felt like moments to Perrin was hours to Gaul, prompting them to leave to rejoin the main war effort. The chapter ends with a brief return to Egwene, as Gawain expresses his deep mistrust of fighting alongside the Shonchan. Chapter 26. This chapter opens with Egwene Alvear approaching a deeply distasteful but necessary meeting with the Shonchan. Her internal conflict is palpable. She understands that to combat the Shadow's new Sharan forces, she must ally with an empire whose core practices she finds abominable. The atmosphere is thick with tension as she arrives at a neutral field in Arafel to find the Shonchan Empress Fortuona already waiting on a low platform, a subtle but clear assertion of status. Egwene immediately revises her initial assessment of the Empress, discarding the image of a pampered adolescent for that of a deeply calculating and discerning ruler. Their dialogue is a masterclass in verbal warfare, each woman using her words as a weapon. Egwene refuses to be seen as anything less than the Merlin's seat, forcing Fortuona to directly confront the living proof that her empire's ideology about channelers is false. Fortuona, in turn, attempts to diminish Egwene by comparing her to a pet, to which Egwene retorts by equating the Empress with murderers and rapists. The core of their conflict revolves around the Shonchan practice of enslaving channelers, which Fortuona defends as a peaceful and privileged life. Egwene shatters this delusion by revealing her own history as an escaped domain, a personal truth that visibly stuns the Empress. The confrontation is shockingly interrupted by the revelation that the Shonchan noble Fortuona consults is none other than Matrim Carthon, now her husband and the Prince of the Ravens. This revelation provides a moment of incredulous levity for Egwene, who attributes the impossible situation to Mat's nature as a tavern. The tense negotiations that follow see Egwene cleverly use the Shonchan's own terms to force them to relinquish their claim on Tremalking. In a display of her fanatical belief system, Fortuona's primary condition for the alliance is that any woman who wishes to be collared must be allowed to travel to her lands, a notion Egwene finds absurd but agrees to. The meeting escalates when Egwene exposes the greatest Shonchan lie, that Suldam can also channel, and dares the Empress herself to wear an Ardam. Only Mat's physical intervention prevents bloodshed, as he reminds them both that their personal animosity serves only the Dark One. A fragile, untrusting alliance is formed, with Fortuona agreeing to lend some of her forces. The narrative then shifts to the battlefield near Caerhun, where Queen Elaine Trakand is fighting on the front lines, pushing herself to the point of utter collapse. After being pulled back from the fighting, she witnesses the success of their general, Davram Bashir. Their forces have completely encircled the First Trolloc army in a brilliant tactical maneuver. However, this moment of triumph is immediately shattered by the appearance of a second massive Trolloc army on the horizon, arriving a full day ahead of schedule. As Elaine rushes to the command tent, she discovers the horrifying truth. Tam Althor reveals that their rear has been completely unscouted, a fact concealed by a web of falsified reports. In a moment of cold, chilling clarity, Elaine understands that they have been perfectly manipulated into a trap by a traitor. She realizes that Great Captain Davram Bashir is a dark friend. Without hesitation, she relieves him of command, has him arrested, and despite her profound exhaustion, takes full control of the army, issuing desperate orders to salvage a seemingly hopeless situation. Chapter 27, A War of Wills. The chapter opens amidst the deafening chaos of the battlefield, with General Gareth Bryne striding through his makeshift command post. The very earth trembles with the concussive force of channelers unleashing the One Power, creating an environment of constant peril. Bryne, maintaining a mobile command to avoid becoming a target for the Shadow's gateways, receives a series of grim reports. His forces are stretched thin. The Aes Sedai positioned on strategic hilltops are successfully pinning down a large contingent of Demandred's army, but are rapidly approaching exhaustion. The White Ajah is the first to report their strength is failing. At the river ford, Bryne's troops are locked in a brutal melee, having just lost Captain Joni Chagrin and now being led by the unexpectedly promoted Uno Nemesta, who reports his flank is on the verge of collapsing. Recognizing that the Eyes Sedai on the hills are a linchpin of his strategy, Brine determines he must secure reinforcements to protect them. His only viable option is to request cavalry from the nearby Shonchan forces. He dispatches a messenger, a young woman named Anna, on this crucial errand. However, in a moment of tragic battlefield randomness, a Shonchan flying beast is struck from the sky by enemy fire and crashes directly into the camp, killing Anna instantly. This leaves Brine in a desperate situation, without messengers and without the time to travel himself. In this critical moment, Min Farshaw, who had been assigned to clerical duties, volunteers to undertake the perilous mission in Anna's place. Brine accepts, grimly noting that this service will be counted against the oath she swore to him. Min makes her way to the travelling ground and is sent through a minuscule gateway to the Shonchan encampment. She finds herself in a world of stark contrast to Brine's chaotic front lines. The Shonchan camp is a picture of immense disciplined order and also intense paranoia. She is immediately detained and suspiciously interrogated by a Suldam named Katrona. After a tense exchange, Min is finally escorted to the command center, where she is shocked to find Matt Cawthon, now sporting an eye patch and dressed as a high-ranking Shonchan noble, the Prince of the Ravens. Wasting no time, Min delivers Brine's urgent request for cavalry. With an air of casual authority that bewilders the Shonchan generals, Matt immediately arranges for a legion to dispatch to Brine's aid, and even accurately predicts the enemy's next tactical move. As he tries to hustle Min away from the command tent, she reveals a dangerous viewing about the Shonchan general Galgan, involving a dagger and a raven, stoking Matt's fears of assassination. Their tense conversation is interrupted by the arrival of the Empress Fortuona herself. As Matt attempts to usher Min out of her presence, Min sees a fatal omen around the Empress, a death lily, and warns Matt of an imminent assassination attempt. The Empress overhears the warning. Rather than reacting with anger, she is captivated. Upon Matt's reluctant explanation of Min's ability to see visions, Fortuona, filled with awe, proclaims Min to be her new Soifea, or Doomseer. This ancient and revered title makes Min a holy and untouchable figure within the Empire, but also binds her inextricably to the Empress, shattering any hope of a quick departure. Chapter 28. Too Many Men. The chapter opens on a battlefield saturated with the stench of death and the rumble of thunder, where Lan Mandragoran's suspicion begins to take root. He discovers a glaring tactical error. Two separate reserve forces, an Arafelin and a Kandori banner, have been dispatched by Lord Agelmar to plug the exact same breach in the line. This redundant and confusing command is the first crack in Lan's trust. He discusses the anomaly with Lord Baldheer, who reveals another disturbing order from Agelmar, a deep, high-risk flanking maneuver by the Saldean light cavalry that leaves a significant portion of their army dangerously exposed. This conversation evolves into a chilling theoretical exercise. When Lan asks how one might subtly orchestrate the army's destruction, Baldheer outlines a terrifyingly precise strategy. Position the army with its back to a river, engage it in a brutal fight, and then systematically remove its flank protections to allow for a full enemy encirclement. With growing dread, Lan realizes that every one of Agelmar's recent commands perfectly aligns with this treacherous blueprint. The final damning piece of evidence arrives with a messenger carrying orders to relocate the Eastern Archers, the last defense on the vulnerable flank. Acting decisively, Lan uses his supreme authority as Daishan to countermand the order, sending scouts to investigate what he now fears is an imminent trap. The narrative then shifts to the brutal reality of the front line, where Loyal and the Ogier fight alongside the battered remnants of Elaine's forces against a fresh and overwhelming Trolloc army. The Ogier initially sing a song of mourning, a dirge for the inevitable loss they face. However, after being wounded, Loyal rejects this despair. In a powerful act of defiance, he bellows a song of life and growth, causing the very weapons of the Trollocs to sprout leaves and bringing a surge of vibrant life to the blood-soaked ground, fighting not for victory, but for existence itself. Meanwhile, in the Shonchan camp, Mat Cawthon grows intensely frustrated with the limitations of second-hand information and inaccurate maps. In a characteristically pragmatic move, he sheds the ornate robes of his rank as the Prince of the Ravens, dons his familiar coat, and grabs his ashandare, declaring his intent to see the battle with his own eyes. Before leaving, he has a sharp exchange with Min, successfully manipulating her into remaining as a trusted voice near Empress Tuon by appealing to her duty to Rand. To the surprise of her generals, Tuon not only permits Mat's excursion, but decides to accompany him, reinforcing their unusual and increasingly strong connection. The chapter concludes with a brief glimpse of Egwene, actively commanding forces on another hill, her focus locked on a Myrddraal at the heart of the enemy advance. Chapter 29. The chapter opens from the perspective of Egwene Alver, who witnesses firsthand the brutal, attritional nature of the last battle. After dispatching a halfman and its contingent of Trollocs with a weave of fire, her momentary satisfaction is erased by a grim assessment of her forces. Her archers are nearly out of arrows, her pikemen are in tatters, and her fellow Aes Sedai are showing clear signs of exhaustion. Just as a fresh wave of Trollocs surges forward, she sees what appears to be salvation. 2 banners of cavalry breaking from General Brine's main army. The first, flying the flame of Tar Valon, is Brine's elite lancer unit, and the second is an Ilyana force. They charge directly for the rear of the Trollocs, assaulting her position. However, Egwene's hope immediately sours into horror. From her high vantage point, she sees the catastrophic consequence of this maneuver. Brine's entire left flank by the river is now completely undefended. It is a trap, but not one set by Brine. A Sharon cavalry unit immediately exploits the opening, crashing into the exposed infantry. Simultaneously, a larger Sharon force ambushes the rescuing lancers from behind, while the rear ranks of the Trollocs turn to meet them head-on with long polearms. Caught in a pincer movement, the White Tower's elite cavalry is annihilated in a matter of minutes. Shaken by the swift and total carnage, Egwene organizes a tactical retreat, using gateways to pull her remaining soldiers from the hills, while she and the other Aes Sedai provide covering fire. Safe for the moment, she is filled with a cold rage, resolving to confront Brine over his disastrous command, and then to personally lead a counterattack. The perspective then shifts to Lan Mandragoran at the Sheenaran Command Center. He finds Lord Agelmar inexplicably optimistic, speaking of a plan to frighten the Trollocs into retreat despite their overwhelming numbers. Lan, however, senses something is deeply wrong, noticing that Agelmar's battle map is inaccurate, showing forces where they are no longer positioned. His suspicion is confirmed when a messenger arrives, reporting a massive army of Shadowspawn attacking the eastern flank, the very flank Agelmar had stripped of its archers and scouts, for reasons that now seem utterly insane. Realizing the army is being sabotaged from within, Lan relieves Agelmar of command. Under pressure, Agelmar's mind seems to snap, and he confesses that his thoughts are not his own, and that he has been unconsciously trying to lose the battle. He attempts to take his own life in shame, but Lan stops him, diagnosing the influence as compulsion. As Lan takes control and issues frantic orders to salvage the situation, Agelmar has one last moment of horrified clarity, revealing that his subverted plans have sent Queen Tenobia of Saldea into an inescapable trap. Lan looks out upon the battlefield just in time to see the Queen's banner, overwhelmed and extinguished, accepting the cold truth that the battle is lost and survival is now the only goal. Finally, the narrative moves to Mat Cawthon, who arrives near the battle with Tuon and his Shonchan retinue. Observing the chaos from a rise, he notes the Forsaken Demandred challenging Rand, and wisely decides to avoid that conflict entirely. His attention is drawn to a large, inactive Shonchan army commanded by Banner General Tylee. Riding to her, he learns she is under strict orders from General Brine to remain in reserve and not move under any circumstances. Mat immediately sees this for the tactical lunacy it is, recognizing that Brine's entire line is about to collapse. He seizes command of the Shonchan forces, dons a suit of colorful armor while keeping his iconic hat, and launches a three-pronged counterattack. Matt personally leads one banner to reinforce the collapsing left flank, where the highly mobile Shonchan cavalry proves devastating against the slower, heavily armored Sharans. In the thick of the fighting, his foxhead medallion alerts him to a female Sharan channeler. Protected from her weaves, he uses his Ashandare to non-lethally neutralize and capture her. His personal bravery and battlefield genius win him the absolute devotion of the Shonchan soldiers. Returning to Tuon, all the pieces of the puzzle click into place. He understands that Brine's actions are not mere incompetence, but a deliberate, intricate betrayal. He declares that Gareth Brine is a dark friend and demands absolute command to prevent total annihilation. Seeing the truth in his eyes and the results on the field, Tuon grants it. Matt immediately dispatches Min to warn Egwene, now burdened with the knowledge that he must salvage a battle that has been systematically designed to be lost. Chapter 30. The Way of the Predator. The chapter opens with Perrin Ibarra and the Isle warrior Gaul navigating faint, ghostly reflection of Egwene's military camp within the Wolf Dream. Their surveillance is frustrated by the fact that her army has been forced into a rapid retreat, never staying in one place long enough to create a stable imprint on this other reality. Perrin is grappling with two distinct threats. The first is Slayer, who has been making probing attacks toward the boar where Rand fights the Dark One. Perrin understands this behavior as the classic strategy of a predator testing a herd for weakness before committing to the final, deadly strike. His own wolf-based plan has managed to slow Slayer, but the final confrontation feels inevitable. The second, more insidious threat is the Forsaken Gryandal. The wolves have sensed her presence, and Perrin pieces together her horrifying strategy. After witnessing her near the tent of the great Captain Rodel Iturralde, he realizes she is not planning to defeat the armies of the light with force, but by subverting their command structure from within, by corrupting the minds of the four great captains. This realization fills him with a desperate urgency. His predicament is worsened by his inability to shift his physical body back to the waking world at will. During his search, he has an unexpected reunion with Elias Makera, the man who first taught him about his connection to the wolves. Elias, in his wolf form, agrees to carry Perrin's crucial warning. Just as this occurs, Slayer makes his final, all-out assault on the boar. Perrin roars at Elias to wake and warn everyone about Gryandal's plot, commands Gaul to protect Rand, and shifts to face his nemesis. The perspective then briefly flashes to Rand al'Thor's battle against Moradin at the very heart of Shaiol Ghul. Their duel is not merely a clash of swords, but a conflict taking place in a realm where reality itself is fluid. Time stretches and compresses, and the ground shifts beneath their feet. This surreal environment underscores that their fight is as much a battle of will as it is of physical skill. After a bitter exchange where Moradin reveals his resurrection was a punishment, Rand missteps on the unstable ground, and his foot touches the pool of pure darkness that is the Dark One's essence. His entire world is consumed by blackness. Finally, the chapter shifts to the battlefield near Kaihayan, where Elaine Trakan's forces are on the absolute brink of annihilation. Her army is exhausted, shattered, and facing a massive Trolloc horde. Her channelers are spent, the Ogier defenders are being overrun, and all hope seems lost. At this moment of ultimate despair, Logain Ablar appears with 100 Ashaman, announcing that the Black Tower now stands with Andor. Recognizing that even this reinforcement is not enough for a conventional victory, Logain asks for a miracle. This miracle is delivered by Androl, an Ashaman noted for being exceptionally weak in the One Power. By linking in a legendary circle of 14 women and 13 men, Androl wields an immense quantity of the power and opens a colossal gateway directly into the fiery heart of Dragonmount. A river of lava erupts onto the battlefield, incinerating thousands of Trollocs and creating an impassable barrier of fire. This incredible act of power a feat straight out of the Age of Legends, completely reverses the strategic situation. What was a certain defeat is transformed into a chance for a decisive victory, and a weary but resolute Elaine prepares to press her new advantage. Chapter 31. The chapter opens in the aftermath of a harrowing engagement, with the Egwene's camp swelling as survivors and Aes Sedai are evacuated in the southern hills through gateways. A palpable tension grips the sisters. Though physically spent, their focus is fixed across the river where the main battle rages, a clear sign of their unbroken will to fight. Egwene, stepping into her role as a battlefield commander, quickly assesses the new strategic reality. She understands that the Trolloc force they just disengaged from will now move to reinforce the enemy at the river. She formulates a plan to march her contingent downstream and attack this new threat from an unexpected angle, a move demonstrating her tactical acumen. This moment of command is interrupted by a series of shocking revelations. First, she learns from Leolwyn and Bael Domon that Shonchan cavalry have arrived at General Brine's request, and more startlingly, that they are being led in part by Matrim Cawthon. This news is immediately followed by the dramatic arrival of Uno, who gives a furious and profane account of his cavalry unit's annihilation. He describes being sent into an obvious trap with promised support that never materialized, leaving his forces caught between Trollocs and Sharons. His testimony is crucial, as it's the first piece of direct evidence suggesting a catastrophic failure in command that points beyond simple error towards deliberate betrayal. The situation escalates when Min arrives, escorted by Shonchan Deathwatch guards and dressed as one of their nobles. She serves as a direct emissary for Mat, delivering a message that is both unthinkable and terrifying. Mat believes General Gareth Bryne is a dark friend and is intentionally leading their armies to destruction. Gawain's immediate laughter at the accusation underscores its absurdity, highlighting the immense faith and respect Bryne commands. Egwene is now caught in a terrible dilemma, forced to weigh the sterling reputation of her general against the uncanny, often life-saving instincts of her childhood friend. The narrative then cuts to the battlefront at Thakandar, revealing that this crisis of command is not isolated. We see events from the perspective of Lord Ituralde, another of the Light's great captains. He is plagued by horrific nightmares and finds himself fighting against his own mind, which urges him to give disastrous orders. This internal struggle confirms that the Shadow's strategy is far more insidious than a simple frontal assault. It is a coordinated attack using compulsion to turn the Light's own brilliant leaders into weapons against their armies. Ituralde is only saved from ordering a retreat that would doom his forces by the timely intervention of what is clearly Perrin and his wolf pack. Returning to Egwene, the final pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Word arrives that General Bashir has betrayed Elaine on the Carian front, confirming a pattern of treachery among the great captains. When confronted, Gareth Bryne does not deny the disastrous outcomes of his orders. Instead, he confesses his own confusion and horror at his flawed instincts, expressing immense relief when Egwene diagnoses his condition as compulsion rather than treason or madness. With their entire command structure now proven to be compromised, the Hall of the Tower faces a terrifying vacuum of leadership. In a climactic decision, Egwene realizes there is only one commander she can trust, not to be influenced by the enemy's power. She makes the momentous choice to place the armies of the White Tower under the authority of Matrim Cawthon. Chapter 32. A Yellow Flower Spider. This chapter opens with Mat Cawthon overseeing the battle from a Shonchan command center. Observing the field through a portal in the floor maintained by a domain, he is actively countering the subtle and brilliantly laid trap that had been orchestrated by a compromised Gareth Bryne. While directing his reinforcements, Mat reflects on the power dynamics around him. He feels a mix of admiration and apprehension for his wife, Empress Tuon, whose natural authority is undeniable. In a moment of surreal interaction, General Galgan offers Mat profound praise for his military acumen, calling him a diamond of great worth, only to follow it by calmly promising to send assassins after him in the future as a sign of respect. A significant portion of the chapter is dedicated to the tense relationship developing between Tuon and Min, who is now serving as the Empress's truth speaker. Tuon interprets Min's visions with a rigid and dangerous literalism, nearly ordering the execution of a female soldier based on an omen of a white boar, which Tuon connects to a political rival. Min courageously confronts the Empress, refusing to allow her visions to be used as a basis for punishment or death. In a surprising display of flexibility, Tuon acquiesces, establishing a new and complex set of rules for their interactions. The strategic situation becomes the central focus as Mat arranges a meeting via gateways with Egwene, the sitters of the White Tower, and eventually Queen Elaine. During this war council, the full horrific truth of the Shadows' coordinated assault is laid bare. They learn that not only Brine, but also Davram Bashir and Agelmar Jagad were victims of compulsion, leading their armies into devastating traps. The Borderlander forces have been decimated, losing nearly 2/3 of their numbers. Faced with these catastrophic losses, Mat forcefully argues that the forces of the light can no longer afford to fight on multiple fronts. He proposes a single, desperate strategy: to consolidate all remaining armies for one final, decisive stand at a location of their choosing. He selects the field of Merilor, a place whose terrain offers tactical advantages. As Elaine gives her consent to this all-or-nothing plan, Mat feels the familiar tumbling of dice in his head. The chapter's perspective then shifts to Galad, providing a grim, ground-level view of the aftermath of Elaine's victory. He walks a battlefield carpeted with the dead, reflecting on the terrible cost and the hardening of Elaine's character into that of a true monarch. The mood among the surviving commanders is one of exhaustion and dread as they learn of the plan to regroup at Merilor, knowing that an even bloodier conflict awaits them. The chapter concludes with a single sentence transitioning the narrative, noting that Perrin was in pursuit of Slayer through the skies. Chapter 33. This chapter unfolds across 3 distinct and crucial fronts, beginning with Perrin Ibara's climactic confrontation with his nemesis, Slayer, inside the chaotic dreamscape of Tel'aran'rhiod. Their battlefield is a tumultuous sky of churning silver-black clouds, a violent environment that serves as a mirror for the unraveling fabric of reality itself. Perrin demonstrates a remarkable evolution in his control over the wolf dream, solidifying vapor into solid ground, and exerting his will to prevent Slayer from easily shifting realities. The fight is a raw and brutal contest, Perrin's hammer clashing against Slayer's summoned weapons amidst the roar of a supernatural storm. While Slayer remains a terrifyingly swift and unpredictable predator, Perrin has fully embraced his own nature, fighting back not as cornered prey, but as a hunter in his own right. The physical struggle is interwoven with a battle of philosophies. Slayer, in a moment of chilling candor, reveals his motivations. He perceives the Dark One not as a force of pure destruction, but as a pragmatic master who values and rewards useful tools, unlike mortal leaders who discard those they fear. Slayer's entire existence is a rejection of victimhood, a relentless climb up a predatory ladder where he hunts the world's greatest hunters, wolves and men, to affirm his own dominance. This dark worldview, born from a life of agony, is something Perrin cannot comprehend, and he counters it with his unwavering belief in duty and loyalty. Their duel intensifies, moving from the sky to a storm-ravaged coast where the land itself crumbles around them. Perrin unleashes an incredible display of power by parting the sea to continue the fight on the ocean floor, but the relentless assault leaves him physically and mentally exhausted. In a desperate gambit, he freezes the ocean solid to escape a trap, an effort that allows Slayer to land a wounding blow, leaving Perrin battered as their battle reaches a temporary impasse. From this ethereal conflict, the narrative shifts to the solid ground of Tar Valon, where Fail Basha is organizing a supply caravan bound for the field of Merilor. Her official duties, however, mask a mission of paramount importance. She is the secret guardian of the Horn of Valere. In a twist of profound irony she fully appreciates, The legendary artifact is concealed within a crate of Matram Cawthon's tobacco. Her protection is a force of Mat's 50 finest soldiers from the Band of the Red Hand, whose light-hearted banter provides a thin veil of normalcy over Fael's immense burden. Her mind is a tempest of anxiety, torn between the logistics of her perilous task and her deep-seated fear for her husband, Perrin, who has disappeared on his own mission to Shayol Ghul. Her sharp eyes also catch a potential threat within her own ranks, as she finds herself watching the portly scout Vanin with a growing, instinctual suspicion. The journey is immediately beset by ominous signs. A violent earthquake rocks the city, a tremor that feels like the world itself groaning in pain. Later, as her caravan awaits magical transport, a horrifying bubble of evil erupts from the ground. Vicious black crystals containing the screaming visages of trapped souls burst from the earth, causing widespread death and chaos. In the ensuing pandemonium, Fael is pulled through a hastily formed gateway just as it collapses. She and her entire caravan, including the hidden horn, emerge not on the allied fields of Merilor, but into the sweltering, corrupted landscape of the Blight, their mission thrown into catastrophic disarray. The chapter's final section transports the reader to the desolate valley of Thakandar, where the forces of the light hold a desperate line at the foot of Shayol Ghul. Here, Aviendha feels the immense strain on the defenders as time itself seems to distort near the Dark One prison. Her keen senses detect an unauthorized flicker of the One power, and what begins as a search for a disobedient windfinder becomes a confrontation with a nightmare. She discovers 3 Ale warriors in red veils, dark friends. The shock intensifies when one of them, a man, shields her from the source, revealing the horrifying truth. These are the male Isle channelers sent into the Blight to die, now corrupted and turned to the Shadow's service. Aviendha is nearly killed before being saved by the intervention of Kadswane, whose centuries of experience allow her to see through their deception and eliminate the threat. The danger, however, is far from over. A mysterious and powerful female channeler launches a swift attack before vanishing, and at that very moment, the entire valley erupts. A full-scale assault begins, led by dozens of enemy channelers, most of them men. With the Shadow's ultimate betrayal revealed, Aviendha rises to the challenge. She takes command, organizing the Wise Ones into powerful circles and advising the Tyrant King on a rigid, unbreakable defense. The chapter closes as Aviendha, filled with a cold rage and wielding the combined might of her circle, prepares to meet the enemy head-on. Chapter 34. The narrative opens with Rand standing in a location that exists outside of reality and time, a void that hungers to consume all existence. From this unique vantage point, he can perceive the great pattern itself, a vision his mind interprets as an infinite, shimmering tapestry of interwoven threads of light, representing all possible pasts, presents, and futures. The emptiness pulls at him, a palpable threat of annihilation, forcing him to anchor his consciousness to the pattern to avoid being unmade. As he does, his perception shifts, locking him into the flow of time, where he witnesses the battle's true nature revealed. He confronts the Dark One, not as a physical entity, but as a cosmic presence. Rand remarks that this metaphysical battlefield is the true crucible, a far cry from the simple sword duel that his adversary, Moradin, had led him to expect. The Dark One responds, acknowledging Moradin as a small-minded tool, setting the stage for a conflict of will and creation itself. The perspective then shifts to Perrin, who is grievously wounded and disoriented in the wolf dream. An arrow fired by Slayer has impaled his shoulder, and his weakened state prevents him from using his dream-shaping abilities to heal himself. He is found by Lanfear, who expresses her disappointment in his defeat. In a moment of cruel finality, she rejects him as unworthy of her interest and abandons him, a psychological blow that compounds his physical agony. Lost and near death, Perrin's thoughts drift to Fael, his mind confusing his present duty with a desperate desire to return to the Two Rivers, underscoring his complete physical and mental collapse. Meanwhile, Fail and her caravan are stranded deep within the corrupting wasteland of the Blight. The environment is actively hostile, having already claimed 2 of her people in gruesome ways. As the leader, Fail must grapple with the impossible odds of survival while also trying to understand how they arrived in this nightmare. Suspicion arises around the Aes Sedai who created the gateway. The debate among her advisors presents 2 terrible options: a slow, likely fatal trek south through the Blight, or a desperate gamble to reach the armies fighting at Shayol Ghul. Fail's internal struggle is intensified by her possession of the Horn of Valere and her growing paranoia that Setal, a woman with hidden knowledge of the White Tower, might be a dark friend deliberately leading them into a trap. Finally, the chapter follows Aviendha amidst the ceaseless battle at Shayol Ghul. She leads a circle of channelers, hunting down the red-veiled Aiel, a horrifying corruption of her people who have been turned to the shadow. After successfully eliminating a pair of these enemy channelers, her group is ambushed by one of the Forsaken. The attack is swift and devastating. 2 of her linked channelers are instantly killed, another is captured, and Dharma Flynn is maimed. In a matter of moments, Aviendha's strength is shattered, leaving her isolated, drained, and surrounded by death. Chapter 35. The narrative opens with Olva and the caravan traversing the terrifying landscape of the Blight. The atmosphere is thick with dread, a feeling validated when a man is gruesomely killed and consumed by a seemingly dead tree. This incident underscores the unnatural dangers of the land, which are distinct from the threat of Trollocs. Through Olva's perspective, we see his struggle to maintain bravery. He fantasizes about becoming a great warrior, training with the Aiel to eventually hunt down the Shido who murdered his family. This bravado is a thin veil over his deep-seated grief for the recently deceased Noal and his fear that Mat has also met a grim fate. He clutches a bracelet from Noel, a tangible link to his lost friend, while overhearing the caravan leaders discuss their perilous strategy, pushing deeper into the blasted lands, hoping the main war will have drawn the shadow spawn away. The scene shifts to Cadsuane, who is debriefing Aviendha about her recent traumatic encounter. Cadsuane identifies the enemy's method of instantaneous travel as a manifestation of the true power, a power reserved for the Dark One's most elite followers. She concludes that Aviendha faced one of the Forsaken, likely a disguised Grayendal, while Aviendha is consumed by guilt, believing she failed the women in her circle by holding them powerless. Cadsuane and Sorelea forge a pact to hunt this powerful enemy together, to protect Rand al'Thor. The chapter culminates with Fele, who has been guarding the Horn of Valera. Aware that a traitor is among them, she sets an elaborate trap by hiding the real horn and waiting in ambush over an empty chest. However, the thief outmaneuvers her. A scream lures her to the horn's true location, where she discovers Vannin and Hanan have found it. Exposed, the 2 men drop the horn and flee as monstrous insect-faced beasts attack the camp. In the ensuing chaos, Fail reclaims the horn, but is forced to order an immediate retreat into the darkness, as more creatures are drawn to the conflict. Her escape is poisoned by a terrible doubt, the possibility that the traitors left a replica, and that she now carries a fake horn into the last battle. Chapter 36. Unchangeable Things. The chapter opens deep within the pit of doom, where Nynaeve is in a desperate struggle for survival. She clings to a rock formation to avoid being pulled into a terrifying void she identifies as the very essence of the Dark One. The scene is dominated by a chilling stasis. Rand and his adversary, Moradin, are locked in a frozen duel, swords crossed, completely motionless since the moment Rand's foot made contact with the encroaching darkness. This is not a physical pause, but a metaphysical deadlock at the heart of creation. Nynaeve finds herself powerless as Rand is drawing every bit of the One power into himself, leaving her unable to channel or offer any magical aid. Driven by the need to act, she undertakes a perilous sideways crawl from one rocky handhold to the next. Her journey leads her to a horrifying discovery. Alanna is chained nearby, bleeding from a mortal wound. Nynaeve immediately understands the situation as a diabolical trap. Moradin has engineered a psychological checkmate, intending for Alana's death to shatter Rand's mind through the violent snapping of their warder bond. This surge of uncontrollable rage would leave him utterly vulnerable. Nynaeve is caught in an impossible dilemma, unable to heal Alana without the power that Rand holds, and unable to ask for it without potentially freeing Moradin to strike. The narrative then shifts to the fields of Merrilor, where Mat Cawthon prepares for the mundane reality of the last battle. He is shown instructing farmers on building defences, all while being pursued by Tuon's Deathwatch guards. This chase is not due to treason, but to Mat's determined avoidance of his duties as the Prince of the Ravens, specifically his refusal to sit in judgment over soldiers. His conversation with Egwene reveals this conflict, as well as their shared anxiety over the recent theft of the Horn of Valere, a critical asset now missing on the eve of battle. Escaping to his command post atop Dashar Knob, Mat's true nature as a military genius emerges. Drawing on the memories of countless ancient generals, he begins to orchestrate the armies of the light. He explains to Egwene that a conventional war of attrition is impossible. Their depleted forces and dwindling supplies mean they must risk everything on one decisive all-or-nothing engagement. His strategic understanding transcends normal planning. As the scene climaxes, Mat's unique senses warn him of the enemy's arrival before any scout can report it. He instantly seizes command, declares the existing plans obsolete, and orders the armies to their new, improvised positions as the Shadow's forces appear. In a final, brief scene, the focus turns to Perrine. He is shown drifting in a dark, near-death state following his confrontation with Slayer in the Wolf Dream. Guided by the warmth of his hammer, he comes to a critical realization that he must awaken in a new way, mirroring his enemy's power. Forcing himself back to consciousness, he returns to the physical world, finding himself on the battlefield in the care of his old mentor, Master Luhan, ready to rejoin the fight. Chapter 37. The Last Battle. The chapter opens on a morning devoid of true sunlight over Polov Heights, setting a grim stage for what is proclaimed as the final confrontation. The armies of the Shadow are converging from the west and north, a tide of darkness aiming to extinguish the light and begin an age of unheard suffering. The narrative immediately pivots to Lan Mandragoran, who rallies the forces of the light. Galloping through the camp with his sword held high, he gathers a swelling force of cavalry. This is not a pristine army, but a collection of the battered and the determined. Old borderlanders who should have retired, merchants who have exchanged gold for steel, and even surprising numbers of southern women in armor. They are a testament to the idea that true strength is revealed only after being struck down. Mat Cawthon has been instrumental in this recruitment, but he was honest about the cost, informing every volunteer that this vanguard would bear the brunt of the casualties. Despite the warning, they ride. Their charge is set against a sky bleeding with the light of enormous fireballs launched by the Sharan army. As they approach the River Mora, they witness Logan and his contingent of channelers. In a staggering display of the One Power, Logan crushes a descending fireball and then parts the river itself, creating a tunnel of water for Lan's forces to pass through, a dramatic and near-mythical beginning to their desperate assault. The perspective then shifts to Elaine within the Shonchan camp, where she is distracted from her intent to confront Mat by a beautiful yet terrifying humming sound. Birgitte's sharp warning identifies the source. Drakkar are descending upon the camp. Acting with incredible speed, Elaine weaves a massive thunderclap, deafening herself and her guards to neutralize the creature's soul-stealing song. This decisive action allows her rallied guardswomen to counterattack and destroy the disoriented soul-suckers. After the immediate threat is handled and her hearing is restored by a reluctant Shonchan domain, Elaine proceeds to the command center, furious about Mat's tactical deviations. Her entrance is explosive as she unleashes a creatively vulgar curse upon Matrim Cawthon. Mat, however, is entirely unfazed and has clearly anticipated her rage, having prepared a cushioned chair and tea for her. Here, the central strategic conflict of the chapter is revealed. Matt explains that he has completely abandoned the battle plan they all spent a week developing. His reasoning is simple and chilling. He assumes the Forsaken have used compulsion to place spies in their war councils, meaning the enemy knows their every intended move. His new plan exists only in his head, a secret he will not share, forcing his allies to trust him blindly as he conducts the entire battle on pure instinct and improvisation. This high-level strategic gamble is contrasted with the brutal reality on the ground, shown through the eyes of the grizzled soldier Uno Polov Heights. Initially, the battle seems to be going well, with Aludra's dragons wreaking havoc on the advancing Trolloc hordes. But the tide turns with terrifying speed. Following a confusing order to retreat, the defenders on the heights are hit by a coordinated and overwhelming assault from Sharan channelers. The Eyes Sedai protectors are shattered, and the dragons are destroyed. Into this chaos steps the architect of the destruction, the Forsaken Demandred. He arrives through a colossal gateway, clad in brilliant silver armor and wielding a powerful Say-Angreal scepter. He effortlessly disintegrates a senior Eyes Sedai and begins to systematically annihilate the remaining defenses, all while his voice booms across the battlefield, calling out for Luz Therin to face him. His arrival transforms the battle, establishing a single, overwhelmingly powerful antagonist who is an army unto himself. The chapter then explores the reactions of the other leaders of the light to this unfolding disaster. Logain, witnessing Demandred's immense power, makes a pivotal decision. He chooses not to engage the Forsaken directly. Instead, he commits himself and his loyal Ashaman to a different mission given to him by Rand al'Thor, to hunt for Mihail Time and recover the stolen seals on the Dark One's prison. This creates a significant fracture in the command, as one of the Light's most powerful assets pursues a separate, albeit crucial, objective. Meanwhile, in the White Tower command tent, Egwene, Brine, and the other Eyes Sedai watch the destruction on a viewing gateway, feeling utterly helpless. They understand the threat Demandred poses, but are paralyzed, knowing a direct confrontation could be a trap, and completely unaware of Matt's true intentions. In this moment of tension, a weary Gorn slips away unnoticed and puts on the blood knife rings, seeking strength and foreshadowing a tragic, independent course of action. Amidst the chaos of the main fronts, other pockets of the battle are detailed. Tam al'Thor and the two Rivers archers hold a position by the river, executing Matt's orders with disciplined precision, their arrows felling Trollocs with deadly efficiency. Their section of the line is a small island of stability in a sea of turmoil. Elsewhere, Androl, Pavara, and their small team of channelers are on the now overrun heights, hunting for Time's traitors. Their flight from a powerful unseen channeler showcases their unique abilities, particularly the strange synergy of their bond, which allows Pavara to instinctively create a complex gateway while Androl is leading their circle, a feat that should be impossible. The chapter concludes by returning briefly to Matt in his command tent. He coolly rebuffs a questioning Galad and issues his next order to move the Ogier to reinforce the ford. His face is a mask of concentration, the inscrutable general playing a desperate game where the lives of everyone depend entirely on a strategy that no one else can see. This chapter plunges the reader into the sprawling chaos of the last battle through numerous, distinct perspectives, beginning with Matt Cawthon at the strategic heart of the conflict. From his command tent, Matt directs a calculated withdrawal from the heights, employing the Ale as a stalwart rearguard to cover the retreat of his other forces. His mind is a whirlwind of commands and observations. He dispatches an order for Lan to execute a wide flanking maneuver around the rear of the Shadow's main army, a move designed to trap a secondary Trolloc force. At the same time, he must contend with the minutiae of command, barely registering the young woman who brings him Kaf. Matt's tactical genius is on full display as he uses a tabletop gateway to survey the battlefield. He identifies Demandred's strategy with grim respect, a slow, crushing advance of powerful Trollocs toward the bogs, complemented by swift Sharon cavalry meant to pin his own troops at Howal Ford. This observation cements his suspicion that a spy, likely a channeler, is operating from within his own command post, as Demandred seems to anticipate his orders before they are even delivered. In a brilliant piece of counter-espionage, Mat sends a coded message to his subordinate, Talmanes, feigning the utter destruction of his dragon artillery. This is a ruse designed to lull Demandred into a false sense of security regarding Mat's most powerful weapons, preserving them for a decisive moment. His secretive nature brings him into conflict with Elaine, who demands to be included in his plans. Taking her outside under the pretense of fresh air, Mat reveals the core of his philosophy for this battle. He compares the conflict not to a game of dice, where one tries to win many small throws, but to a high-stakes game of cards. He explains that he is intentionally absorbing losses, allowing Demandred to win hand after hand, all to set up a single monumental bet that will decide the entire war. This gamble requires him to hold back his key assets until the perfect moment, a moment he claims he will simply know when it arrives. He then tasks Elaine's Andorran forces with establishing a defensive line in the riverbed, anticipating that the Shadow will soon succeed in damming the river, turning the channel into a new axis of attack. The narrative then shifts to Galad Damodred, fighting with the Children of the Light near the river. His perspective provides a ground-level view of the brutal combat, but also shows his growing comprehension of Mat's overarching strategy. As he witnesses the river's flow sputter and die, just as Mat's troop movements predicted, Galad begins to shed his initial skepticism, recognizing the cunning mind directing their forces. His duty is soon clarified by a coded message ordering him and a small elite force to move toward Elaine's position, an order he accepts both as a soldier and as a brother concerned for his sister's safety on the battlefield. A starkly different battle is being waged in a metaphysical space, where Rand al'Thor confronts the Dark One directly. The initial assault is a pure, overwhelming force aimed at unmaking Rand's very essence, an attack he withstands through sheer will. The Dark One then shifts tactics, plunging Rand into a horrifyingly detailed vision of a potential future where the Shadow has already won. In this twisted reality, the Two Rivers has been consumed by the Blight. His father Tam is an aged and broken labourer, and his friends have either been killed, or worse, turned to the Shadow. Rand is forced to witness Nynaeve, now one of the Forsaken, leading an effort to forcibly turn him as well. This psychological assault, designed to infect him with despair and guilt, is ultimately shattered by Rand's refusal to be a passive victim. In a powerful reversal, he seizes the fundamental threads of the pattern itself, declaring his intent to show the Dark One his own vision of what is to come. Meanwhile, Egwene Alver prepares to lead the forces of the White Tower into the fray. She pauses to mend small, ominous cracks that have appeared in the very fabric of reality, a sign of the immense strain the world is under. Her attention is violently diverted when the Warder Bond reveals that her husband, Goin, has not joined Elaine's forces as she assumed, but has instead gone to the Heights, the most dangerous part of the battlefield. Distressed but maintaining her composure as the Emerlin, she dispatches Gareth Bryne to retrieve the foolish man before leading her own army into position under the cover of smoke from fires Mat had strategically set. The narrative follows Gawain as he stalks through the ash and smoke atop the Heights, hidden by the power of the blood knife rings. Driven by a desperate need to protect Egwene and a belief that he is the only one who can be risked in such a suicidal mission, he seeks out Demandred. His surprise attack initiates a fierce duel. Gawain's preternatural speed, granted by the rings, is matched against Demandred's masterful swordsmanship and casual use of the One Power. During their fight, Demandred reveals his delusion that he is truly facing Luz Therin, who he believes is secretly commanding the armies of the Light. After a grueling exchange, Demandred gains the upper hand not through speed, but through a deeper understanding of combat and delivers a mortal wound to Gawain, who barely manages to escape on a stolen horse. Brief vignettes round out the chapter, showing the wider scope of the war. Fail, carrying the Horn of Valere, leads her small band near Shaiol Ghul, where they discover a massive supply depot for the Shadow's armies and contemplate a risky infiltration. Perrin awakens far from the fighting, physically broken, only to learn that while his warning about Grendel was received, Fael's caravan has been destroyed. Androl and Pavara, having survived a close call with Demandred, regroup and decide on a more stealthy approach to their hunt for Mazrim time. The chapter closes on a grim image of the Aiel, Ruark among them, fighting in the chaotic, broken battle lines within the valley of Thakandar itself. Chapter 37. This chapter unfolds across multiple fronts of the last battle, weaving together moments of intense personal struggle with grand strategic maneuvering and shocking betrayals. It begins on the fog and dust-choked battlefield of Thakandar, where the Aiel chieftain Ruark is engaged in a grim hunt. The number of Trollocs has been diminished, making them a manageable threat compared to the far more dangerous red-veiled Aiel traitors known as the Honorless. Ruark and his companions join a skirmish against these traitors, fighting with grim efficiency. In a moment that underscores the depravity of their enemy, Ruark and his kinsmen shoot down 2 fleeing red veils, an act they would never commit against true Aiel, whom they now consider less vile than these creatures. After the fight, Ruark moves to inspect the defenses around the Pit of Doom, held by a desperate and unconventional army of Dragonsworn, mostly common folk wielding farm tools and old swords. Their ferocity is impressive, but they are vulnerable. Ruark spots a red-veiled channeler striking them from a nearby hill and begins a painstaking, methodical stalk. He crawls through the ash-like dust, forced to watch the channeler kill defender after defender, refusing to rush his approach. His patience pays off when he reaches the man unnoticed, slices his hamstrings, and cuts his throat before melting back into the chaos. The scene culminates in a horrifying turn of events. Ruark is suddenly struck down by an unseen force and confronted by a woman of unnatural beauty, whose offset eyes and thinning hair seem perfect to his suddenly altered perceptions. This is the Forsaken Grendel, using a new face. With a soft touch and honeyed words, she claims him as her pet. And Ruark, his will completely subverted, joins her collection of enthralled followers, abandoning his brothers and his cause. A great leader of the Aiel is lost to the Shadow, not through death, but through complete corruption. The perspective then shifts to the metaphysical realm, where Rand al'Thor battles the Dark One. Rand constructs a vision of a possible future, a world of peace and prosperity, 100 years after the last battle. He walks through a magnificent, rebuilt Eamon's Field, a global hub of culture and learning, where Ogier and humans work side by side. He sees the fruits of his sacrifice, a world without war, filled with joy and growth. However, the Dark One intrudes upon this idyllic vision, not with overt force, but with a corrosive philosophical argument. It points out the flaws in Rand's paradise, the murders that still happen in the dark, the corruption that still exists in quiet corners. The Dark One presents itself as the ultimate reality, the only true honesty in a world of flawed dreams, claiming that suffering can never be truly eliminated. This psychological attack proves devastatingly effective, shaking Rand's confidence and causing the beautiful vision to collapse, returning him to the void of their confrontation. Back on the physical battlefield, the narrative follows Egwene al'Vir, the Amerlin's seat, as she leads the White Tower's assault up the western slopes of the Poloth Heights. The fighting is furious, with lightning and fire tearing the hillside apart. Suddenly, Egwene is crippled by a psychic shockwave through the warder bond. Her husband, Gawain, is dying somewhere on the heights above. The pain and fear overwhelm her, rendering her unable to channel. Her keeper, Sylviana, acts quickly, creating a gateway to pull Egwene to safety. Recognizing the danger the bond presents to the command of the Light's forces, Sylviana makes a pragmatic but, to Egwene, monstrous suggestion: transfer Gawain's bond to her. This would protect Egwene from the debilitating grief of his death, allowing her to continue leading the battle. Egwene is aghast at the cold logic of the proposal, refusing to sever her connection to Gawain, even if it means her potential destruction. She resolves to continue the assault as planned, hoping to fight her way to his side before he perishes. Meanwhile, at the battle line along the river Mora, Elaine Trakand commands the Andorran forces, holding back a relentless tide of Trollocs. The scene provides a moment of poignant character interaction as her warder, Birgitta Silverbow, confesses the full extent of her memory loss. Having been ripped from the world of dreams, she can no longer remember any of her past lives or her legendary partner, Gydel Kane. She describes it as a deep, bleeding hole inside of her, a profound and tragic loss of identity. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Elaine's half-brother, Galad Damodred, Lord Captain Commander of the White Cloaks. A messenger from Mat Cawthon soon arrives with a critical mission for Galad. He is given one of Elaine's duplicate foxhead medallions, which grants immunity to the One Power, and a brutally simple set of instructions. Take his best men and hunt down as many of the Sharon channelers as possible. Mat cleverly baits the notoriously righteous Galad with a wager, betting him he cannot kill 20. Galad, having come to terms with the fact that women can be as evil as men, accepts the mission without hesitation, seeing it as his duty to the light. The focus then shifts to Mat's command post on Dashar Nob, where he oversees the entire battle like a master puppeteer. He is in his element, countering the brilliant tactics of his unseen opponent, Damandred. His command is interrupted by the arrival of Logain Ablar. The powerful Asherman is bitter and disillusioned, feeling that he and his followers should be at Shayol Ghul with the dragon, not fighting a lesser battle. He yearns for a glorious end and demands that Mat send him to fight Damandred himself. Seeing an opportunity to use Logain's desperate pride, Mat grants him permission to choose his moment and attack the Forsaken. Immediately after Logain departs, Mat's command post comes under a massive, coordinated assault. A grey man appears from nowhere and attacks Mat, while Sharon's soldiers and their tattooed channelers simultaneously burst through a wall of fire. Min Viewshafter reacts instantly, saving Empress Fortuona, who reveals herself to be a capable fighter. As chaos erupts, Min finds herself outside, where she is saved from a Sharan channeler by Siwan Sanche. This reunion is fraught with fatal irony. Min frantically reminds Siwan of her viewing, that Siwan and Gareth Brine must remain together, or they will both die. But Siwan, seeing that Mat and the battle's command structure are about to fall, declares that their lives are irrelevant compared to victory. She makes a conscious choice to defy the viewing's warning and rushes back into the inferno to help Mat. Inside the burning tent, Siwan uses the One Power to save Mat from a grey man, but is then killed instantly in a fiery explosion. Mat, witnessing her death, manages to fight off the remaining assassins and escape the collapsing structure with an injured Tuon. Min is left with the terrible certainty that Gareth Brine's death will now inevitably follow Siwan's. From the enemy's perspective, Damandred coolly directs his forces from the heights. He is convinced that the enemy general, Cawthon, is actually his ancient rival, Luz Therin Telemann, in disguise, recognizing the man's genius for warfare. His command is interrupted by the arrival of another of the newly raised chosen, Mahael. Mahael, arrogant in his new power, taunts Damandred about his tactical losses. In a terrifying display of superiority, Damandred effortlessly uses the true power to shield and drain Mahael, bringing him to the brink of spiritual annihilation. He delivers a cold, clear warning that this is his battlefield and Luz Therin is his prize, and that Mahael is to stay out of his way or be destroyed. The chapter also follows a small covert group led by the Asherman Androl and the Eyes Sedai Pavara. Disguised as dreadlords and a member of the Black Aja, they infiltrate the Sharan camp on the heights, seeking the location of Mazrim Time. Their tense journey through the enemy war camp provides a glimpse of the Shadow's inner workings. They are discovered and brought before Damandred himself. Thinking quickly, Androl plays the part of a sycophantic dreadlord, and in a fit of rage, Damandred inadvertently gives them the information they need, ordering them to join Mahael and the other dreadlords in their assault on the White Tower forces. They now know exactly where to find their target. The chapter concludes with short, brutal snapshots of the fighting on the ground. Julin Sandar desperately holding a line with his small squad, and Galad Damodred beginning his grim new mission, moving to assassinate his first group of Sharan channelers. The chapter opens on the chaotic battlefield of the Heights, where Galad Damodred faces 3 Sharan channelers. When one hurls a weave of fire at him, his foxhead medallion renders the magic inert, leaving him only singed. This moment of impossible physics provides Galad the opening to kill 2 of the women, before the third incapacitates him with a magically thrown boulder. His men quickly dispatch the final Sharan, and Galad is left to contemplate the grim necessities of this war, rejecting his subordinate Gulliver's celebratory attitude. His grim duty is immediately intensified when a scout, Alhanra, leads him to the body of his brother, Gawain. Initially presumed dead, Gawain clings to life just long enough for a final, world-altering conversation. He confesses that he failed in his attempt to kill the Forsaken Damandred, a revelation that plants a seed of purpose in Galad. More shockingly, Gawain reveals the existence of another brother, Rand al'Thor, the son of their mother Tigraine, born on Dragonmount. With his dying breaths, he begs Galad not to hate Rand, admitting his own long-held hatred has finally faded. The weight of this knowledge, combined with the profound grief of losing the brother he loved, solidifies Galad's resolve. He sends his men away to safety and turns his focus entirely on a new mission, to find Damandred and deliver justice for his fallen brother. Simultaneously, through the severing of the Warder Bond, Egwene experiences Gawain's death as a physical and spiritual violation. The agony causes her to lose control, unleashing a devastating wave of the One Power, before Sylviana intervenes. Taken from the battlefield to mine, Egwene awakens in a state of profound grief. Overhearing Sylviana and a yellow sister discussing her incapacitation, Egwene rejects the notion of being sidelined. In an act of supreme willpower, she forces her grief into a secondary position behind her duty as the Amerlin seat. Arguing that the Amerlin must set an example, she demands the return of her Sangreal and prepares to re-enter the fight. Recognizing the practical need for protection and the tactical advantage of the bond, she immediately bonds the former Shonchan, Leilwyn, as her new warder, demonstrating her absolute commitment to the war over her own personal anguish. Elsewhere, the battle rages on the ground. Tam al'Thor, his 2 Rivers archers having exhausted their arrows, makes a pivotal decision. He leads his men off their defensive palisade and forms them into infantry wedges to relieve the encircled Whitecloaks. Plunging into the fray, Tam enters the void, a state of perfect calm and focus, and his past as a blademaster re-emerges. He becomes an unstoppable force at the point of the wedge, his movements a fluid and deadly dance that breaks the Trolloc lines. His force holds just long enough for Lanman Dragarin and his Borderlanders to arrive, crushing the Trolloc flank and securing their section of the river. The brief victory is somber as Tam surveys his exhausted and depleted forces. His work is far from over, as refugees from Kemlin begin pouring through gateways to act as medics and support personnel on the gruesome field. The strategic landscape of the battle shifts dramatically with the apparent withdrawal of the Shonchan army. This, however, is a calculated ruse orchestrated by Mat and Empress Fortuona. Publicly, Fortuona berates Mat for his command failures and declares her intention to abandon the fight, a performance designed to mislead a suspected spy in their midst. She condemns her loyal Deathwatch guard to a suicide mission against enemy channelers to sell the deception. Privately, her actions are a monumental gamble on Mat's strategy and an expression of her duty to the larger battle against the Shadow. This deception leaves Mat in a precarious but calculated position. He must now hold the line with diminished forces while waiting for the Shonchan to return at a critical moment. He gathers the remaining loyal troops, including the condemned Deathwatch guard under Karede, whom Mat convinces to serve as his personal guard. He then moves to rally the disparate forces left on the field. He finds the Ogier, who have been fighting with a terrifying ferocity, and commands their loyalty. His greatest challenge is his need for a gateway to execute his plan. He finds his solution in Teslin, a red sister fighting with the Dragonsworn, who agrees to create a gateway large enough for an army. Matt's plan is audacious. He intends to transport his cobbled-together force of Dragonsworn, Oji, and his own cavalry to the top of the heights, seizing the high ground that he himself had previously abandoned to the enemy. This maneuver is a desperate gambit to prevent Demandred from swinging his forces around and completely enveloping Elaine's army from behind. While these terrestrial battles unfold, Rand is engaged in a metaphysical struggle with the Dark One. He is pulled into a second vision, a horrifying glimpse of a potential future. This world appears prosperous and orderly, a Kemlin advanced with technology like steam wagons. However, Rand quickly discovers its true nature. It is a world devoid of conscience, compassion, or morality. He witnesses a merchant casually murder a starving child for stealing a piece of fruit, an act met with complete indifference by the surrounding crowd. The Dark One reveals that this is his true victory, not a world of fire and slavery, which would inspire rebellion, but a world where the very concepts of right and wrong have been erased, leaving only apathy and the self. Horrified by this ultimate corruption, Rand rejects it with all his will. He shatters the vision and, in a moment of pure defiance, declares his intention to show the Dark One the opposite possibility, a world entirely without shadow. Back on the physical plane, the consequences of the Shan-Chan withdrawal are being felt. Elaine, having just learned of Siwan Sanche's death and witnessed the grief-maddened death of Gareth Brine, is forced to take supreme command. Her forces are being slowly surrounded, holding on through disciplined pike formations. Their situation becomes exponentially more dangerous when Demandred himself begins targeting them from the heights. Seeking to draw out Rand, he unleashes devastating weaves of the One Power, including Balefire, that annihilate entire formations. As Demandred calls out for Luz Therin, he targets Elaine directly. She is saved only by the swift action of Birgitta, who rescues her from the point of attack, sending a decoy in one direction while spiriting the Queen to safety in another. They flee across the battlefield, intending to establish a new secret command post from which Elaine can safely direct their beleaguered armies. This chapter plunges us directly into the maelstrom of the last battle, unfolding across multiple fronts and perspectives, each thread weaving a tapestry of desperation, heroism, and philosophical conflict. The narrative opens with the full fury of the Amerlin's seat as Egwene Alver returns to the battlefield. She creates a gateway directly into the heart of the fighting, her presence a beacon of raw power and unyielding resolve. Her return marks a significant shift, bringing the centralized authority and might of the White Tower back to a front that was clearly beginning to crumble. Simultaneously, we witness the grim conclusion of Galad Damodred's duel with the Forsaken, Demandred. The conflict is a masterful study in contrasts. Galad's cold, calculated precision against Demandred's arrogant, taunting style. Galad's internal monologue reveals his strategy was never simply to win, but to stall, to occupy the enemy's most powerful field commander for as long as possible, buying precious moments for Elaine's forces. He successfully lands a blow, a significant feat that wounds the Forsaken and proves his own mastery of the blade, but it is ultimately not enough. Demandred, using a combination of swordplay and the One Power, overwhelms Galad, severing his arm before delivering what appears to be a final fatal strike. Galad's sacrifice is a poignant display of duty, a calculated expenditure of his own life for the greater good. The focus then shifts to the covert operations of Androl and his team. Their mission is to locate and deal with Time. Androl, using a disguise, manages to infiltrate Time's command post, a nerve-wracking walk into the heart of the enemy's power structure. He is immediately subjected to Time's cruel and arrogant nature, being tortured with a weave of pain learned from Moradin. The scene highlights Time's utter disdain for his subordinates and his overconfidence. In a moment of supreme irony, Time decides to alter Androl's disguise to make him look like his true self, intending to send him to assassinate Logain. During this process, in a moment of feigned stumbling, Androl's quick thinking and deft fingers allow him to steal the pouch containing the seals on the Dark One's prison right from Time's belt. A monumental theft accomplished under the very nose of the man who believes himself to be in total control. Meanwhile, on another section of the battlefield, General Arganda of Gialdan contends with the brutal ground war. After receiving cryptic orders from a miraculously alive Mat Cawthon, he consolidates his forces with Tamalthor's Two Rivers archers and Lan Mandragoran's borderlanders. This alliance of disparate, once hostile groups fighting as a cohesive unit underscores the theme of unity in the face of annihilation. They launch a brilliantly coordinated assault on the Sharan forces attempting to flank the main Andorran army, using archers to soften the lines for Lan's cavalry charge, followed by Arganda's heavy infantry. During the brutal melee, Arganda is unhorsed and nearly killed by a massive Trolloc, only to be saved by Lan. Their local success is immediately contextualized by the arrival of another of Mat's surprise armies, Ogier and Dragonsworn, who smash the Sharan flank. Despite this victory, the scene ends on a somber note. From their vantage point, they witness the sheer, overwhelming scale of the Shadow's numbers and the devastating power of Demandred, leading them to a grim and seemingly inescapable conclusion. They are doomed. The chapter then takes a dramatic turn, moving from the physical battlefield to a metaphysical one, deep within the conflict between Rand al'Thor and the Dark One. Rand attempts to weave a reality, a vision of a world where the Dark One was defeated and never existed. This world is a perfect utopia. Caemlyn is a city of peace, weapons are museum relics, and former warrior societies like the Aiel have returned to pacifist ways. However, as Rand explores this paradise, a deep unease settles in. When he finally meets Elaine, who has not aged in a century, he is horrified by what he finds. She is pleasant, placid, and utterly devoid of the fire and spirit that defined her. Rand realizes the terrible truth of his creation. In removing evil, he has also removed free will. Without the choice to be evil, the choice to be good has no meaning. The people of this world are not truly good. They are merely puppets in a sterile, unchanging perfection. The Dark One's distant voice drives the point home, stating that in achieving this victory, Rand would have become one with him, forcing his will upon the world. This philosophical confrontation is a devastating blow, revealing that the Dark One's simple destruction is not the answer, and may, in fact, constitute the Shadow's ultimate victory. Back on the heights of Merilor, Mat Cawthon observes the unfolding chaos, his perspective that of a master gambler assessing a game with impossibly high stakes. He feels the rhythm of the battle, recognizing that Demandred has not fallen for his traps and that his own forces are stretched to their breaking point. His inability to feel his characteristic luck at this crucial moment adds to the tension. Just as despair begins to set in, he witnesses a surge of power from the west, the location of the Aes Sedai, and sees Sharans beginning to flee. A flicker of hope is ignited, a sign that some unforeseen element has entered the fray. This element is revealed through the eyes of Olver. He is part of Fail's infiltration team, disguised as captives to get close to the Shadow's supply lines. Their plan goes horribly wrong when their guide, Aravine, betrays them, revealing herself as a dark friend. In the ensuing chaos, Aravine seizes the Horn of Valera and makes a desperate attempt to deliver it to Demandred. What follows is a frantic chase, with Fail pursuing Aravine on the tireless pony, Bella. Fail manages to stop Aravine and reclaim the horn, but she is immediately beset by hundreds of Trollocs and dark friends. In a moment of profound sacrifice, Fail makes a split-second decision. She entrusts the Horn of Valere to the young Olver, hiding him under a wagon. She then creates a diversion, knowingly riding to her certain capture or death to give Olver a chance to escape with the artifact that could turn the tide of the entire war. The chapter revisits the desperate plight of the Aes Sedai through the eyes of Leen Sharif. The sisters are being systematically slaughtered by the overwhelming number of Sharan channelers, whose male channelers are particularly deadly as their weaves cannot be seen. The Sharans resort to using captive civilians as human shields. a tactic that horrifies and sickens the Aes Sedai, but does not stop their attacks. On the verge of a full-scale rout, their salvation arrives in the form of Egwene. Wielding Vora's Sa'angreal, she is a figure of incandescent power, single-handedly turning the tide, rallying the Broken Sisters, and launching a devastating counter-offensive up the slope. In the cavernous darkness beneath the battlefield, Talmanes and the Band of the Red Hand are trapped, working furiously to repair their dragon artillery. The scene is one of claustrophobic tension, a stark contrast to the open warfare above. Talmanes, with his characteristic grim humor, works to keep his men's morale from shattering under the weight of their isolation and the possibility of being entombed alive. His leadership provides a moment of human resilience amidst the epic conflict. Finally, the focus returns to Loghain, who now possesses the stolen seals. His internal struggle is laid bare. He is driven not by pure altruism, but by a hunger for glory and power, a desire to ensure the Black Tower's legacy and his own. He sees Demandre's immense power not just as a threat, but as an opportunity. He resolves to confront the Forsaken, motivated primarily by the desire to claim the powerful Sa'angreal Demandred is using. This act, while ostensibly heroic, is rooted in selfish ambition, positioning Loghain as a complex and morally ambiguous champion for the light as the chapter concludes. This chapter plunges the reader directly into the escalating chaos on the field of Merilor, where several critical conflicts reach their violent apex. The narrative begins centered on Egwene Alvea, the Amerlin's seat, who finds herself leading the combined forces of White Tower and the Asherman against a Sharan army commanded by the newly revealed Forsaken, Tame, now calling himself Mahale. The initial engagement is a maelstrom of dust and power, with Egwene skillfully manipulating a windstorm to disorient enemy channelers, allowing her and her allies to press their advance. However, the battle transforms dramatically when Time reveals his full power, quelling the storm with unnatural speed and engaging Egwene in a direct duel of the one power. This confrontation showcases Egwene's growth as a battle commander and one of the most powerful channelers of the age. Supported by a small retinue including Jahar Narishma, whose ability to identify weaves proves vital, she matches Time blow for blow. The duel is a raw display of elemental forces, with fire, earth, and lightning being shaped into weapons of annihilation. Egwene manages to gain a temporary advantage, nearly shielding Time from the source, but he escapes using a form of traveling linked to the true power, a frightening development that leaves Egwene shaken. This moment highlights the terrifying and unpredictable nature of the enemy's abilities, pushing the boundaries of known channeling. Following Tame's retreat, Egwene, despite her exhaustion and the ever-present grief over Goyne's death, immediately throws herself back into the wider battle, demonstrating her unyielding resolve as a leader. The chapter then shifts perspective, offering a stark contrast to the epic scale of Egwene's duel by focusing on the quiet horror experienced by the Tinkers, Illa and Rain. Their task is grim, to move among the fields of the dead, searching for any survivors. This subplot serves as a profound philosophical anchor, exploring the central conflict, the Tuatha'an belief system, the way of the leaf, in the face of absolute evil. Rain begins to question the righteousness of their non-violence, acknowledging that their survival may depend entirely on the sacrifices of the very soldiers whose path they condemn. Ila struggles with this, but her perspective is also shown to be shifting, as she sees the mercenaries who shirk the fighting as cowards rather than enlightened individuals. Her grief over her son, Aram, who abandoned their ways to take up the sword, becomes a focal point of her internal turmoil, representing her deepest fears and regrets about the perceived failure of their peaceful philosophy in a world at war. Simultaneously, the narrative tracks the desperate journey of Ulva. Left alone and terrified, he clutches the Horn of Valere, the object that Fael entrusted to him. His subplot is a harrowing depiction of a child's experience of war. His flight from the Trolloc camp on the back of the mare Bela is a moment of fleeting, frantic hope. But it ends in tragedy as the horse is killed, leaving him utterly alone and hunted. He finds a temporary, claustrophobic refuge in a small rock cleft, but he is trapped, with Trollocs clawing at him from the outside. His story is one of pure survival, stripping away the grand strategies and cosmic stakes to show the brutal, personal cost of the conflict, with the fate of a legendary artifact resting in the hands of a terrified boy. The chapter also provides a crucial look at the power dynamics among the forces of the shadow. We witness Loghain's bold, but ultimately futile attempt to assassinate Demandred. The duel is brutally one-sided, serving to establish Demandred's terrifying mastery of the One Power, amplified by his powerful Sa'angreal, Sakanan. Loghain, one of the most powerful male channelers of the light, is utterly outmatched and forced into a humiliating retreat, leaving him physically and emotionally scarred. This failure then leads to a pivotal interaction between Demandred and time. Here, Demandred's fatal flaw is laid bare. His all-consuming arrogance and his obsession with personally defeating Luz Therin Telamon. In a moment of supreme hubris, he loans Sakanan to time, commissioning him to destroy Egwene. This act reveals that Demandred's personal vendetta outweighs sound military strategy, creating a potential weakness that the forces of light are unaware of, but which hangs heavy in the narrative. Another front of the battle details the catastrophic collapse of the Andorran forces, centered on Queen Elaine. Her command post is infiltrated by Darkfriend mercenaries led by the treacherous Lord Mella, disguised as refugees. The attack is swift and brutal. In a truly shocking moment, Birgitta Silverbow, Elaine's warder and captain general, is unceremoniously murdered, her head severed in a single blow. The severing of the bond, coupled with the visual horror, sends Elaine into a state of shock. She is captured, and the enemy's plan is revealed to be not only her death, but the capture of her unborn children, whom Mella prepares to cut from her womb to be delivered to the Great Lord. This development marks one of the bleakest turns in the battle, representing a devastating strategic and personal loss for the Light. Meanwhile, a game of espionage and political maneuvering unfolds within the Shonchan camp. Min, using her unique ability to see viewings, becomes aware of a spy influencing the Shonchan command. She astutely realizes that General Yulan is being controlled through compulsion, but he is merely a puppet. By cleverly observing the reactions of those around her, she identifies the true spy, a disguised channeler posing as a servant. In a bold and dramatic move, she uses her official role as the Empress's truth speaker to publicly denounce Fortuona's hesitation, forcing the issue of returning to the battle while simultaneously creating a diversion to expose the spy. Though the spy escapes, Min's gambit succeeds, shattering the spy's influence and compelling a reluctant Empress Fortuona to commit her forces back to the field of Merilor. Back on the heights, Mat Cawthon is in command of the last bastion of defense. He is besieged by terrible news from all fronts. The death of Egwene and the exhaustion of the Aes Sedai, the fall of Elaine and the collapse of her army, and the deaths of key commanders like Davram Basher. His forces are outnumbered, exhausted, and on the verge of being overrun by both Sharons and Trollocs. Yet, in the face of near-certain defeat, Mat's resilience shines. He refuses to succumb to despair, instead making desperate, calculated plans for a final stand, coordinating with the Ashaman to bring in the Shonchan forces for one last, decisive gamble. Throughout all of this physical conflict, Rand's spiritual and mental battle with the Dark One continues in the metaphysical space where he is attempting to reseal the Boar. He is forced to witness the deaths of his friends and followers, Hurin, Basher, Inayla, and finally Egwene. Each death is a torturous blow, used by the Dark One to erode his will. The Dark One presents him with a final, insidious temptation, a covenant of absolute nothingness, an end to the pattern, to pain, and to existence itself. It is framed as the ultimate peace, a void that would end the eternal cycle of rebirth and struggle. In a moment of profound strength, despite his immense grief and suffering, Rand rejects this offer, choosing continued existence with all its pain and struggle over the finality of oblivion. The chapter culminates in one of the most anticipated and iconic duels of the entire series, Lan Mandragoran versus Demandred. Driven by duty and a cold, focused rage, Lan makes a solitary charge directly at Demandred's position. In a beautiful display of battlefield camaraderie, his path through the Sea of Trollocs is cleared by a volley of flaming arrows fired by Tamal Thor and his Two Rivers archers. The ensuing sword fight is a masterclass in combat. Lan, though weary from a day of fighting, pushes himself beyond all limits, engaging the ancient and supremely skilled Forsaken. He quickly realizes that he is outmatched in a pure contest of skill. In a stunning and selfless final act, Lan executes one last, desperate lesson. He intentionally allows Demandre to impale him in order to create an opening for his own fatal strike. As he dies, he whispers that his goal was never to win the duel, but simply to kill his opponent. He succeeds, driving his sword through Demandre's throat. The chapter ends with the fall of the last king of Malkier, a monumental sacrifice that removes one of the greatest threats from the board, even as Rand witnesses the loss of yet another friend and ally. Chapter 38. Let Go. The chapter finds Rand al'Thor at his breaking point, overwhelmed by the Dark One's power and the crushing guilt for those who have died. He initially resists the idea of letting go, believing it is his sole responsibility to protect everyone. The pivotal change comes from a memory of Egwene's voice, which chastises him for trying to deny others their own heroic sacrifices. This realization allows Rand to finally release his self-imposed burdens, finding freedom by honoring the fallen. Spiritually whole once more, he faces the Dark One with a new clarity. On the battlefield, Demandred's death demoralizes the Shadow, while Mat Cawthon transforms his grief for Lan into a powerful rallying cry, leading a massive, unified charge. Chapter 39. The chapter opens with Rand's ultimate confrontation with the Dark One within a realm of pure nothingness. Here, Rand articulates the fundamental flaw in the Shadow's entire philosophy. He explains that the struggle was never about him alone, but about the collective, unyielding spirit of humanity. It was about the resilience of a deposed queen, the dedication of a storyteller who mentored others, the sacrifice of a grieving father, and the refusal of countless individuals to surrender their hope. Rand's great revelation is that the Dark One cannot win through simple destruction or military might. Victory for the Shadow is only possible if it can break the will of its opposition and make them give up. This philosophical battle manifests physically on the battlefield, where Mat Cawthon's forces are on the verge of being overwhelmed. Just as the Dark One boasts of his inevitable triumph, Rand's voice echoes across the entire world, focusing everyone's attention on a single, pivotal moment. The supposedly dead Lan Mandragoran rises to his feet, holding aloft the severed head of Demandred, the commander of the Shadow's armies. This singular act of defiance shatters the morale of the enemy forces. Simultaneously, the legendary Horn of Valere sounds its clear, golden note. This call has immediate consequences, as the resurrected hero, Birgitte Silverbow, materializes to save the captured Queen Elaine from her captors, announcing that the heroes of old have returned. On the main battlefield, Mat seizes the chaotic opportunity created by Lan's victory and the Horn's call, leading a desperate charge. Soon after, the heroes of the Horn, led by Arta Hawkwing, appear from a supernatural mist. Mat confirms their allegiance to the light, where Hawkwing clarifies their role. They are not an instant solution, but powerful reinforcements who can still be injured or neutralized. The chapter culminates by revealing the horn sounder to be the young boy Olver, cornered and terrified. In his darkest moment, he is rescued by Noel, who is revealed to be one of the very heroes Olver has summoned, bringing a powerful and emotional reunion to the heart of the last battle. Chapter 40. Wolf Brother. The chapter opens in the immediate aftermath of Birgitte Silverbow's death and miraculous rebirth as a hero of the Horn. Her reappearance stuns Elaine's captors, giving the pregnant queen the opening she needs to escape. Drawing on the one power, Elaine incapacitates the remaining mercenaries, and with Birgitte's impossibly swift archery, they secure the area. The emotional core of this scene rests in the conflict within Elaine. She is overjoyed to see her friend alive, yet she still suffers the profound physical agony of their severed warder bond. Birgitte, however, is vibrant and whole, her memories fully restored and her spirit unburdened. Rejecting the idea of staying behind, Elaine resolves to rally her collapsing army, understanding that her soldiers must see their queen alive. In a moment of calculated, reckless leadership, she charges into the fray with a sword, creating a powerful symbol of defiance that inspires her men to reform their lines. Meanwhile, the battle at Shayol Ghul rages under a sky torn between natural and unnatural storms. Avienda navigates the chaotic slaughter, feeling the distant, steady pulse of Rand's channeling. She encounters a man with golden eyes, a wolf brother who warns her of a new, horrifying enemy. The Wild Hunt, a legion of massive, shadowy darkhounds that cannot be harmed by mortal weapons. Understanding that the wolves are sacrificing themselves just to slow this new threat, Avienda prepares to gather other channelers. However, she is diverted by the sight of the Forsaken Grandal, who is using a circle of compelled channelers to decimate the light's forces. Avienda engages the far more powerful woman, relying on cunning and evasion to survive until reinforcements can arrive. From his command post, Matt Cawthon senses the tide of the entire war turning. With Demandred gone, the Shadow's armies are disorganized. He seizes this moment of chaos, and his gamble is rewarded by the spectacular arrival of the Shonchan armies, a massive force of soldiers and flying beasts that crashes into the Trolloc flank. At the same time, Talmanes and Aludra bring their dragons back into the fight, unleashing their firepower upon the Sharans. The final piece of Matt's strategy is revealed through the eyes of the Ashaman-Jur Grady. Stationed at a dam created by dreadlords, Grady bitterly follows Matt's seemingly cruel orders, which had led to the slaughter of a small village militia. At dawn, he creates a gateway back to that village, Hinderstap, and is stunned when the exact same villagers, who he watched die, charge through, resurrected by their town's curse. This unnerving sight shocks the dreadlords, allowing the villagers to overwhelm them and giving Grady the chance to destroy the dam, releasing the river in a torrent. Chapter 41. The chapter begins amidst the thunderous sounds of battle on the heights, where Pavara, Androl, and their small group of Ashaman observe the ongoing conflict. They express grave concern over Matt Cawthon's dragon artillery, recognizing that the cannons are loud, obvious targets, and their crews are completely defenseless against enemy channelers. Their fears are seemingly ignored when Loghain appears, not to organize a defense, but to issue a new, perplexing command. He redirects all available Ashaman away from the main battle to search the crystallized ground where Egwene defeated Time. His objective is a mysterious golden scepter Time was said to have possessed, a potential artifact of great power. This diversion is met with frustration. Androl, however, recalls a previous standing order from Loghain to hunt Time's loyalists. Using this as a loophole, he and Pavara decide to pursue what they see as the more urgent mission, protecting the dragons from the very threat they anticipate. The perspective then shifts dramatically to Moghedien, who stands over Demandred's corpse. With his death, she discovers that the Great Lord has granted her a vastly increased access to the true power. Seizing the opportunity, she incinerates Demandred's body and uses an empowered mask of mirrors to assume his identity. She takes command of the Sharan rearguard, brutally killing a dissenter to solidify her control. Her first order is one of pure terror. She dispatches Trollocs to massacre the defenseless Camlin refugees, a cruel tactic designed to break her enemy's spirit. However, the narrative reveals that a solution to the dragon's vulnerability is already in effect. From a protected cavern, Talmanes and Darid are directing Nield to open gateways onto the battlefield. The dragons fire through these portals, devastating enemy forces before the gateways snap shut, keeping them perfectly safe. This brilliant strategy turns a liability into a decisive, unstoppable weapon, culminating in the chapter's final, ominous line from Aviendha, who feels as if the world itself is being torn apart. Chapter 42, A Field of Glass. The chapter opens in the chaos of Shayol Ghul, where reality itself is fracturing. The lightning storm has broken free from any control, striking down friend and foe without distinction, while the very ground warps in impossible ways. Amid this pandemonium, Aviendha is locked in a desperate duel, fleeing from the relentless balefire attacks of the Forsaken Grendel. The defenders of the light are being decimated, and Aviendha coordinates with Amys for a unified strike, recognizing that a divided assault against such a powerful foe is doomed to fail. Before they can act, Aviendha witnesses the full horror of Grandel's power. She is forced to defend herself from a veiled attacker, whom she kills instantly. The horrifying reveal comes when she pulls back the veil to discover the face of Ruark, the clan chief who was like a father to her, his mind and will erased by Grandel's compulsion. This devastating personal loss, combined with a surge of determination felt through her bond with Rand, galvanizes Aviendha. She forgoes complex weaves and instead forms a spear of pure light and fire, launching a final, desperate charge. Leaping through an explosion meant to kill her, she impales Grendel just as the Forsaken attempts to escape, and the two vanish together in a warp of power. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at the Heights, a group of dreadlords, including the ambitious Alviarin and the self-serving Mishrael, find their side in disarray following the fall of Demandred. Their fortunes seem to turn when they spot a figure they believe to be a severely weakened Rand al'Thor. Seeing a chance for ultimate glory, they pursue him through a gateway he creates to flee. However, they have walked directly into an ingenious trap laid by Androl. The gateway leads them into a steading, and the dreadlords are instantly and shockingly cut off from the one power. Powerless and helpless, they are taken captive by ancient Ogier, who promised to hold them securely. The man they were chasing was not Rand at all, but Androl in disguise. This clever victory is immediately overshadowed by tragedy, as Androl and Pavara emerge from the steading to find that the nearby refugee camp they were protecting has been overrun by Trollocs, its people being ruthlessly slaughtered. Chapter 43. The chapter opens on Logain Ablar as he confronts a moment of intense internal conflict. His scout's return confirms that his forces are not needed for the main battle, prompting Gabrel to point out that he is not truly focused on the Black Tower's future, but rather on securing his own personal power. Logain's internal monologue reveals this ambition is a direct result of the trauma and torture he suffered, leading him to believe that only by being feared can he guarantee his safety. His brooding is interrupted first by a Shonchan messenger bearing the Emerlin's final command to deliver the seals, which he callously dismisses, and then by his men locating the powerful scepter he seeks, encased in crystal. As he prepares to shatter the crystal with forbidden weave of balefire, a horrifically burned Androl appears, pleading with Logain to abandon his prize and save the defenseless refugees of Caemlyn from a Trolloc massacre. Logain is left frozen, torn between ultimate power and his conscience. Meanwhile, Mat Cawthon rides with the heroes of the Horn, where he confirms with relief that he is not fated to be one of them. He witnesses the triumphant culmination of his battle plan as his armies, united with Elaine's and the newly arrived Shonchan, crush the Shadow's forces. The tactical turning point comes when the river returns to its bed, splitting the Trolloc army and leading to a horrifyingly efficient slaughter in a narrow corridor, carried out by Shonchan warbeasts and Aludra's dragons. With the battle won, Mat feels a pull toward Rand, realizing the true fight is not over. He directs the hero Hawkwing to meet with the Shonchan Empress before riding north to aid his friend. In a metaphysical realm, Rand confronts the Dark One, explaining that the Shadow always loses because it is incapable of inspiring true nobility or selfless sacrifice, relying only on fear which shatters with hope. Embracing his own death as a weightless inevitability, Rand launches himself into the final confrontation. Finally, Aviendha's desperate duel with Grendel concludes. Though she has wounded the Forsaken, Aviendha is crippled and nearly depleted of strength. Her last-ditch effort to create a gateway for help fails before anyone can arrive, and she is captured by Grandal's power, left utterly defenseless. Chapter 44. Two Craftsmen. The chapter opens with Perrin Ibarra being roused from an exhausted sleep by the Isle woman, Chiad. She has risked her personal honor as Gaishain by coming to his chambers, driven by her concern for Gaul. Perrin reassures her that Gaul is unharmed, but still fighting in the Wolf Dream, a place Perrin cannot return to in his current state of profound fatigue. Their exchange highlights a core conflict of the series, as Chiad asserts that honor is a principle worth upholding, even if the world itself is lost. Agreeing to seek an Aes Sedai to restore Perrin's strength, she departs. Perrin is then visited by his old master, the blacksmith Harald Luhan. This reunion provides the chapter its title and thematic center, focusing on the connection between the two craftsmen. Master Luhan expresses immense pride in Perrin's skill, particularly in the forging of his new hammer. This praise prompts Perrin to confess what he perceives as a critical mistake, driving himself to the point of collapse and rendering himself useless. Master Luhan offers a powerful counter-argument, delivering a crucial piece of mentorship. He insists that in the last battle, there is no next day for which to conserve energy. He astutely observes that Perrin's true lifelong struggle has not been with overexertion, but with the opposite, learning to constantly hold back his immense physical and spiritual strength for fear of hurting others. Luhan implores him to finally let those self-imposed barriers fall and unleash his full power. Their conversation concludes as Masuri arrives. After a brief confrontation about her past allegiances, she uses the one power to heal Perrin, suppressing his fatigue. Feeling his vigor return, Perrin enters the Wolf Dream to resume his hunt for Slayer. The perspective then shifts to Tom Merrilin, who is keeping a quiet vigil near the entrance to the Pit of Doom at Shayol Ghul. He acts as both a chronicler of the apocalypse and a clandestine guardian. As he watches the horrific battle rage below, he internally searches for the single perfect word to capture the beautiful terror of the moment for the great ballad he will one day compose, eventually settling on the unexpected term, exquisite. This artistic focus serves as a thin veil for his deep-seated fear for Moiraine, who is inside the cavern with Rand. His watch proves to be of vital importance when a figure disguised as Cadsuan approaches the entrance. Tom, a master of observation, identifies the deception not by the woman's face, but by her distinctive walk. In a single fluid motion of lethal precision, he kills the imposter with a thrown knife. He reveals that she is the fifth dark friend he has intercepted and dispatched in this manner. After hiding the body, he calmly returns to his perch, his role as the final unassuming guardian of the Dragon Reborn fulfilled. Amid the thunder and chaos of the world's end, he takes out his pen and paper and begins to write. Chapter 45. Wisps of Mist. The chapter begins with Matt Cawthon locating his allies on the heights, where he realizes that Noel is in fact the legendary hero, Jane Farstrider. Compelled by an insistent magical pulling, Matt demands a gateway to Shayol Ghul to aid Rand, but is informed that it is impossible. The Asham Grady explains that the very fabric of the pattern around the mountain has become distorted and unstable, preventing any form of magical travel directly to it. As an alternative, Matt agrees to be transported to a nearby observation camp. He then takes to the sky on a Shonchan flying beast, with young Olva soaring over the maelstrom of the last battle. From this vantage point, he witnesses two new threats descend upon the field: the horrifying, soul-consuming mist of Shaisam and the spectral darkhounds of the Wild Hunt. Their aerial journey is cut short when enemy archers shoot them down. In the ensuing crash, Matt loses the physical banner of the dragon he was carrying, but Olva, undaunted, directs his attention to the sky, where the clouds themselves have formed the dragon's symbol. The boy then lifts the horn of Valere and sounds the legendary call. Simultaneously, the malevolent entity known as Shaisam, which was once Padan Fain, expands its influence across the valley. Its consciousness is now housed within the creeping, silvery mist, and it feasts upon the souls of the dying from both armies to fuel its rebirth. The chaos of the battle provides the perfect cover for Shaisam to grow, converting the fallen into its mindless puppets as it prepares to consume its ultimate prize, the soul of Rand al-Thor. At the entrance to the Pit of Doom, the Ale warrior Gaul is fighting a losing battle against Slayer, who is immensely powerful within this corrupted domain. At the moment of Gaul's defeat, Perrin Ibarra makes his appearance. The unnatural storm raging around them abruptly dies. Perrin, now exuding an aura of profound and terrifying power, drawn from his deep connection to the wolf world, confronts his enemy. He brushes off Slayer's cruel taunts about his family's murder, and his eyes begin to burn with a golden light. The storm erupts once more, now seeming to obey Perrin's will, and the sheer intensity of his transformed presence is enough to make even his friend Gaul flee in awe. Chapter 46. To Awaken. Rand re-emerges into the physical world, acutely aware that while mere moments passed for him, days have elapsed in the valley. He immediately resumes his conflict with Moradin, who executes a stunningly cruel tactic by throwing a knife not at Rand, but at Alanna. Nynaeve's attempt to intervene fails, and the wound is fatal. In her last lucid moment, however, Alanna performs a final, critical act of sacrifice by severing her warder bond, sparing Rand the psychic cataclysm of her death. Moradin then reveals the depth of their connection by stabbing his own hand, inflicting a sympathetic wound that forces a shocked Rand to drop Kalandor. In the wolf dream, Perrin finally unleashes his full, untamed nature against Slayer. Embracing the wolf within, he becomes a storm of pure rage, relentlessly hunting his quarry. When Slayer flees to the waking world, Perrin follows, demonstrating his new and complete mastery of shifting between realities. This desperate chase becomes a rapid flickering between worlds, culminating in a singular moment where Perrin's hammer connects, crushing Slayer's skull and ending his reign of terror. Perrin finds the waking battlefield in ruins. The Light's command structure has collapsed, and the unstoppable Darkhounds are about to reach Rand. Taking charge of nearby Ael, Perrin shifts them to form a final, desperate defensive line. Hope arrives with the distant sound of the Horn of Valere, which summons an unexpected army, the spirits of countless fallen wolves. This ghostly last hunt crashes into the Wild Hunt, with Perrin at its head. Mat soon arrives with news of Fail, and a dire warning about Fane and the deadly mist of Mashadar. As he speaks, a tendril of that same mist impales him from behind, felling him instantly. Chapter 47. She fought it off, but barely. The chapter opens with a grievously wounded Avienda, making a final sacrificial play against the Forsaken Grandal. Unable to fight directly, she resorts to a forbidden and dangerous Aiel technique, deliberately unweaving her own gateway. She embraces a potentially explosive and fatal backlash, choosing a noble death if it means destroying her powerful enemy in the process. Simultaneously, the intertwined evil of Padan Fane and Mordeth is finally extinguished. Mat Cawthon, feigning death, uses his unique immunity born from past corruption to ambush the entity known as Shaisam. He reclaims the cursed dagger and delivers the final blow, ending their long and twisted history. After rescuing an exhausted Gaul, Perrin faces a heart-wrenching conflict between finding Fail and his duty to guard Rand. He ultimately chooses responsibility, just as Rand springs his final trap. Using Kalandor's inherent flaw, he, Moiraine, and Nynaeve seize control of Moradin, channeling all three powers to defeat the Dark One at the Boar. Chapter 48. The chapter opens upon the fields of Merilor, a nightmarish tableau of mass death where hundreds of thousands of men and Trollocs lie in grotesque heaps. The very landscape is a tomb, with riverbanks serving as slaughterhouses and bogs as mass graves. From her saddle, a numb Elaine witnesses the final, cataclysmic collapse of the heights, an entire plateau folding in on itself. Her attention is violently ripped away from the destruction by an overwhelming sensation. an immense surge of the one power from Rand. Her focus flies to him, feeling his supreme strength and control. Simultaneously, a column of impossibly bright light erupts in the far north, signaling that the final confrontation has begun. This singular event is experienced across the battlefield from multiple perspectives. At the foot of Shayol Ghul, Tom is thrown back by the blinding radiance bursting from the pit of doom. Min, while tending the wounded, feels the core of Rand's agonizing resolve within the power. For Aviendha, the light is a beacon of warmth that pulls her back from the edge of darkness, renewing her hope. In a bizarre turn, the Forsaken Gryendal is caught in a magical backlash that twists her compulsion, turning her into Aviendha's devoted and willing slave. The most profound transformation, however, belongs to Logain. After saving a child, he confronts the loss of his coveted prize beneath the collapsed heights and questions his selfless actions. But instead of the fear and hatred he expects from the refugees, he is met with awe and profound gratitude. This public acceptance, which reframes the ability to channel as a talent rather than a curse, fundamentally changes him. Embracing his new purpose to protect, and urged on by Gabrel, he finally fulfills his destiny as the Seal Breaker, snapping the ancient seals to aid the Dragon Reborn. The chapter concludes with a terrifying glimpse into the wolf dream, where Perrin finds reality itself unraveling, the very ground and sky disintegrating into nothingness as the final battle rages. Chapter 49, To See the Answer. Perrin arrives at Shayol Ghul through the disintegrating wolf dream, where he confronts Lanfear inside the pit of doom. She reveals her ultimate betrayal, a meticulously crafted plan to murder Rand's allies and save the Dark One at its absolute weakest moment, thereby seizing ultimate power for herself. Attempting to force Perrin's cooperation, she uses powerful compulsion, preying on his past grief to turn him against Moiraine. However, within the dream where emotion becomes reality, Perrin shatters her mental influence by focusing his entire being on his pure and unwavering love for Fael. In a swift, decisive act to protect his friend, Perrin performs the grim task of ending Lanfear's life. The perspective then shifts to Rand, who holds the very essence of the Dark One, moments from destroying it forever. In this climactic moment, he experiences a profound epiphany, understanding that eliminating the Dark One would also eliminate free will, making him a tyrant no better than his foe. Realizing the shadow is a necessary fundamental component of existence, Rand chooses not to destroy it. Instead, he forges a new perfect seal over the boar, using a majestic and unprecedented weave of all three powers, healing the world's ancient wound. As Moiraine and Nynaeve escape, they witness the final pinprick of darkness vanish, sealed away by Rand's ultimate choice. Epilogue. The final chapter begins with Rand al'Thor stumbling from the collapsing tunnel of Shayol Ghul, his vision obscured and his footing lost in his own blood. He is carrying the heavy body of his nemesis, Moradin, an act of final, strange compassion. Just as he reaches the open air, the tunnel seals itself shut behind him like a stone jaw. He collapses, and a mysterious, elderly Aiel woman whispers to him that he has done what was needed, reinforcing the central theme of his journey, the necessity and power of choice, a realization he grasps even as he succumbs to unconsciousness. The perspective then shifts to Mat Cauthon, who finds himself standing on a field littered with the dead as the last of Mashadar's evil mist burns away. He looks up at the noon sun with his characteristic irreverence before his gaze falls upon the decaying corpse of Padan Fain. For a moment, he is tempted by the ruby-hilted dagger, the source of so much pain. But in a significant moment of character growth, Mat spits and turns his back on it, declaring it a gamble he refuses to take. This decision signifies his newfound freedom from compulsion, and as he walks away, the dice finally fall silent in his head, signaling the end of his Tavaren-driven fate. Meanwhile, a deeply weary Perrin Aybara returns to the survivors' camp. He is haunted by the presumed fate of his wife, Fael. a dread he cannot yet bring himself to confront. The voices of the wolves fade from his mind, wishing him well, and he notes the absence of his Tavaran connection to Rand, taking it as a terrible omen. Inside the main tent, he finds Rand's seemingly lifeless body attended by Nynaeve, Moiraine, and a distraught Dama Flynn, who confirms that no amount of healing can save him. Nynaeve, her eyes red from weeping, reveals that Egwene also perished in the battle. The scene is one of profound loss, yet Perrin notes the strange, detached calm of Min, Elaine, and Aviendha, a mystery Nynaeve also observes with suspicion. Perrin's personal narrative reaches its emotional climax as he collapses in despair among the dead, having found no trace of Fail. He enters the wolf dream, running from his grief across the world, until he is drawn to a vision of a tiny injured falcon, Fail's symbol, pinned by a rock. Roaring back to consciousness, he uses this spiritual beacon to locate her precise position on the physical battlefield. In a feat of incredible strength, he tears aside a pile of corpses to find her barely alive beneath. In an instant, he transports her through the wolf dream directly to Nynaeve, where she is healed in his arms. The narrative briefly touches upon other key figures. Loial wanders the camp, attempting to gather accounts for his history, but finding his friends scattered. Moghedien awakens, believing she has escaped and is poised to rule the world, only to be captured with an Adam in a moment of supreme irony, her ambition leading directly to her re-enslavement. Birgitte shares a final poignant farewell with Elaine, explaining that she is being reborn into the pattern to be with her love, Gaiden Kane, once more. The emotional heart of the epilogue is the funeral for the man believed to be Rand al'Thor. Tam al'Thor, his heart heavy with a father's grief and pride, lights the pyre. The crowd, a mix of friends, allies and kings, stands in solemn silence. At the forefront, Min, Elaine and Aviendha stand together, their composure unwavering as they watch the flames. Their shared secret, their bond with the real Rand, allows them to maintain this facade, ensuring that the world believes the Dragon Reborn is truly gone, thereby granting him his freedom. Finally, Rand al'Thor awakens, not in his own body, but in the healthy form of Moradin. He is free of his wounds, the taint, and the constant pain that has defined his life. He discovers he can no longer channel saidin or the true power, a loss that feels like an immense relief. As he prepares to depart, he is spotted by Cadsuane, who recognizes him in his new form, but silently allows him to leave. As Rand rides away into a new, anonymous life, he thinks of the 3 women he loves, unable to choose between them. He then finds a pipe in his pocket, and with a mere thought, lights it, demonstrating a new, subtle power over the pattern itself. He rides south, a free man at last,